This meeting is being recorded. This meeting is a meeting of the Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business and is not to be considered a public community meeting. This meeting is an in-person meeting at the location listed above, which is 870 Colfax. Questions may be submitted beforehand to liz.goodwin@bhas.org or presented in person during the public comment sections as indicated in the agenda. Board members may be contacted through the emails listed below. Requests for special assistance, including for persons with disabilities, may be sent to liz.goodwin@bhas.org. I call this meeting to order officially at 5:40 p.m. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Secretary Triplett, can you please call the roll?
President Robinson,
Present.
Vice President Bowens, Secretary Triplett, present. Treasurer Creighton,
Present.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Present.
Trustee Doyle, Trustee Gavin.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. The quorum has been established. Next, we have approval of the agenda. Per Mr. Corson, there is a slight update. The PBIS and Benton Harbor Area Schools presentation under Student Support Services is going to be postponed until next month's meeting. So I'm asking if there's a motion to approve the agenda with the subtraction of PBIS.
So moved.
Go ahead.
I was actually going to ask for an addition to the agenda.
Go ahead.
Okay, I would like to make a motion well, I do have a question, but I would like to make a motion to make an addition to the agenda.
What's the addition?
I would like for the retreat / board communication to be added to the agenda as an item for discussion tonight.
Do you want to place that under new business?
I would like to place that under new business, please. And so I guess my question and comment after the motion is potentially supported. I noticed that there is a lot of items under board business. So I'm not sure. So I guess we can do one thing at a time.
Okay. So you are, and I know Secretary Triplett initially made a motion to approve the agenda originally. What Treasurer Creighton is suggesting is that we approve the agenda, subtracting PBIS and Benton Harbor Area Schools and adding the board retreat.
So moved.
Okay, so the motion was originally made by Treasurer Creighton and supported by Secretary Triplett. Questions, comments, or concerns?
Yes, so my question, President Robinson.
Go ahead.
Is there a reason why all of these things are falling under board business?
So I know Job Genius Hunger for Nickels was a presentation to us. Job Genius is the presentation to us. Intercare is something that we have to vote to approve. The student rep update, they are basically a committee member of ours or members of the board. The Benton Harbor Area School senior class field trip, that could technically be under curriculum. The Barry and Risa update, that's Trustee Martin just giving us an update on how that meeting went that she attended. Of course, we have committee reports, and then the bylaw updates are from the policy committee. So everything listed is relevant to board business other than the senior class field trip. We could technically move that to teaching and learning.
Perfect. So I guess my follow-up is, has this already gone through the curriculum committee?
The senior class field trip?
Yes.
No.
So is that a normal? I just remember last year, that was an issue. And do we have, when you click on the link, the correct documents are not in there. And so it's my suggestion, if it goes before the committee, it can be vetted before it becomes a huge discussion at the board table. And when it comes to the board, it's actually ready for a vote. Because in the condition that it's in, it's not currently ready for a vote.
Ms. Waddell, can you remind me of the date of your trip?
The senior class trip is March 20th through the 23rd. Is that what you're asking? I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Yes.
And our next board meeting, is there anything that would be held up if we were to not review this current issue now?
I would ask that Principal Roseberg, if he's in the room, if he could go to the mic as well, because this, this is coming from his department, his school. I know originally it was under teaching and learning. I'm not sure why it got moved under board business. But I don't see an issue with it getting approved 2 or 3 days prior to the trip, but I'm not sure if he has anything that he wants to speak to.
Madam President,
Yes.
currently, the presentation is not ready for board review because the board documents according to the bylaws and the policies are not completed. So I have no problem with the senior trip, but, again, we've gone through this a few months ago, and the disrespect at this board table has to stop. And I can defer to board business, new business to actually discuss this, but this presentation is not ready. The documents according to the policies are not completed. So I'm not sure who's pushing these things through, but in order for us to have an efficient business meeting, we have to make sure we, as Mr. Triplett would say, inspect what we expect.
Okay, so what we will do is we can remove the field trip at this particular time. I will follow up with Ms. Waddell to determine whether or not it's something that can wait until our March board meeting or whether we need to do a short meeting prior to that to revisit the topic. Ms. Waddell?
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm not sure what's missing other than I know I wrote in the big section. But in speaking with Principal Roseberg, past practice has been, according to him, that the senior trip was approved with all that, without that information. And so he has 2 students here that are presenting their class senior trip. But again, based on what I was told, I did try to receive that information, but I was told that past practice is that that was never expected. So I'm just speaking to what I was told.
Secretary Triplett?
Madam President, first and foremost, this board agenda comes from central administration. Okay, and so what somebody was told, what people should know before our students are brought here before us, all of this should be taken care of from the top. Principal Roseberg is not responsible for any piece of this agenda. And so moving forward, when we get ready to do these types of things, it is imperative that we are in compliance and we follow the guidelines. And this comes from the office of the superintendent. So this agenda is put together by the superintendent and by the president of the Board of Education. Ms. Waddell seems to be confused as to even how this was even moved to this particular section. So yes, I agree with Trustee Creighton. It is very, very important. This is a $25 million operation. We pay good money to everybody. And when this stuff comes before this Board of Education, there is an ethical imperative that must take place. This should never happen to this board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So right now what we're doing is it appears that there is support to postpone the senior class trip. I do want to thank
Presentation.
Madam
the
President?
presentation. Yes,
Madam
ma'am.
President, may I?
You have the floor.
Yeah. This, I guess it's on the agenda. They are here. I don't understand why we can't at least hear their presentation, keep this on the agenda. So that way we have all the information that we need right here. And if you need to, delay a vote until after until after it's gone through committee, at least we have already seen the presentation and we are not, misusing the students and the staff's time. The other question I have is, why would we take PBIS? If safety is a major concern, why would we be taking that off of our agenda?
The staff that was going to present that is not present.
Okay, perfect.
So that's the only reason that was requested to be taken off.
And
I
then
think.
one more thing,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. And then under old business, I do believe that we were supposed to come up with a date to discuss something dealing with the superintendent, and that's not on the agenda.
All right, so we have an initial motion that was on the floor. However, there have been quite a few changes that have happened since that initial motion. So where we are at this particular time is that Trustee Gavin is suggesting that we hear the presentation, but not actually vote on staff report B2, which I think is an excellent idea. Treasurer Creighton has requested that we add the board retreat under new business for March. Trustee Gavin has asked that we add the superintendent meeting under old business. And then, of course, we originally had the PBIS being removed from the agenda. Are there any conflicts with us making those adjustments to the agenda?
So I do have a question. So are you
You have the
asking us
floor.
to revise the motion or are you asking us to revise the agenda? Because the motion was to,
Mhm. So what I'm asking is if there's any conflicts with us making that change, and if there aren't, then I was gonna see if you wanted to change your motion. If you would not like to withdraw your motion, then we can take your motion as it originally was.
yeah. So just for clarity purposes, if we're revising this, we would take the staff report off and hear the presentation, correct? And then before this comes to the board for a vote, even if it's via special meeting, it needs to be, the board policy needs to be followed with the correct forms, right?
Understood, yes.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, are you withdrawing the original motion?
So I would like to withdraw my motion and restate the motion.
You have the floor.
Not sure that I'll get it correct. But I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda with a modification of removing PBIS and adding the board retreat / board communications under new business and keeping the senior class field trip presentation and removing the staff report, B2. Oh, and adding the superintendent evaluation, or pre-evaluation or search.
Search.
Okay, so sorry, and adding the superintendent search under new business,
Old business.
old business.
All right, is there a second or support?
Support.
The motion was made by Treasurer Creighton and supported by Secretary Triplett. Questions, comments, concerns?
I do have a question, just a comment. This agenda was sent out on February the 9th, 5 days ago. And so I think it's our responsibility before we come to this table, we might be able to have some of those type of discussions. However, I don't know exactly what the protocol is for us to be able to make these recommendations in a timely manner. So we come to this table, we are not throwing out names of individuals and staff and what have you, and that we have our portion together, because this is the meeting of the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you. And the only thing that what most people do is that they send me an email and ask for clarification or ask if there can be an adjustment. So once the agenda is sent out, you can email me if you have a concern about what's listed or if you need to clarify, if you have a clarifying question, and I can respond to you.
Thank you.
All right, Secretary Triplett, please call the vote.
For what? No, I'm just kidding.
Hilarious. Are the changes noted on the agenda? Okay, perfect.
President Robinson,
Yes?
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, next on the agenda, we have review of board norms. The Board of Education norms for Benton Harbor area schools. We will treat each other with respect. We will listen to learn. We will refrain from side conversations. We will use our time wisely, starting and ending our meetings on time. We will challenge ideas, not people. We will ask questions when in doubt. There will be no surprises at the board table. We will practice the 7 norms of collaboration. Those are pausing, paraphrasing, posing questions, putting ideas on the table, providing data, paying attention to self and others, and presuming positive intentions. These are the norms that we utilize when interacting with each other at the board table, as well as how we interact with the community. We also ask that the community utilize these norms when interacting with us. Next on the agenda, we have public comment on agenda items. Is there anyone present for public comment on agenda items? All right, hearing none, we'll proceed. Next, we have approval of the meeting minutes. The meeting minutes are for special session 1/10/2023 and regular session 1/17/2023. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Support.
The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Treasurer Creighton. Questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton.
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin. Trustee Gavin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, awesome. Next up, we have board business. Just a reminder that all comments are limited to 2 minutes per trustee per topic. Liz does have the timer ready. We will be adhering to that expectation. First on the agenda under board business is the update from Hunger for Nichols. Good evening.
Hello?
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Hi. Okay. Thank you for having me. I am Tessa Kina. I am with Hungerford Nichols, and our firm has been working with the Benton Harbor area schools, I think for over 10 years now. Previously, we were performing the financial statement audit, and as of this new school year, we have transitioned into a consulting role. And the goal is to help the school with a lot of the implementation of financial policies and procedures, some of the comments maybe that had come from the prior year's audits that we can help with improvement internally. And then looking at the financial structure of each of the different systems within the business office and working with the business office staff, as well as with the federal grant staff and federal funding. So we've been working with Dr. Butts and the team since probably December, early January. And the goal is really to help revamp the full accounting process this year so that it can be audit ready by the end of this school year. And the goal then would be to work with a different accounting firm for the external audit because we are no longer able to do that to be able to remain independent. So a new audit firm will need to be selected. And I believe we're working with Dr. Butts on that as well. So yeah, so really right now we were coming out a couple times a week and working with the business staff, and we've already made a huge improvement on just the month-end reconciliations. And so the goal is to improve the financial statements and board packet that will be coming to you in the future, and just have a more timely, accurate financial picture of the school, helping with also the funds requests, which I know have been delayed in months past. So helping get those on a more timely basis as well.
Thank you. Can you please restate your name again?
Yes, Tessa Kina.
All right. Are there any questions for Ms. Kina? All right. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you on board, and we appreciate all of the assistance that you have provided already and all assistance to come.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
All right. Next on the agenda, we have the Job Genius Program. Ms. Latham? Now, Ms. Latham, we were at a mutual event. She shared that this was a program that they have, that they are working in other school districts and wanted to share this opportunity with us. I believe I emailed it out the end of October and asked if anyone was interested. I believe Trustee Rocket Martin indicated she was interested in learning more information. We've had storms and various reasons why we've had to delay her presentation, but we're so thankful to have you today. So you have the floor.
Thank you guys so much for having us. And my name is Afia Latham, and I am co-owner of Express Employment Professionals, and we're located in St. Joseph, Michigan. And here with me today, I have Brittany Dunham, who is our training and marketing manager at Express. And so we wanted to just kind of run through who we are and what we do, and then to talk to you about our Job Genius program. And so at Express, what we do, we're a staffing company, and we provide staffing services for office services, light industrial, skilled trades. So if anyone's looking for a welder or a machinist, professional positions, HR managers, production supervisors, supervisors of companies and CEOs of companies, we've been able to do that. And we've also recently launched this year our new training and development division, located right in St. Joe. We have a space that's right next door to our main office where we're able to provide on-site training.
So Express Employment Professionals is the #1 staffing franchise. There are over 850 locations throughout the US. So they're also in Canada, South Africa, Australia, and New Zealand. We have about 25 offices in Michigan, and we're ranked #4. These are some of our local honors and awards that we have received. So we have a Circle of Excellence, which is a franchise award. We were nominated Best Places to Work in 2020 by Moody on the Market. We were also the last group to get nominated for the 15 under 15 before they eliminated that for Moody. We are best staffing, and then these are some franchise awards and honors that we have.
So the main service that we provide is staffing. We provide great people to companies throughout Southwest Michigan. So our territory that we cover is Cass, Berrien, and Van Buren County. And everyone's always like, okay, well, we're all trying to get people, we're all pulling from the same pool. Where are you getting your candidates from, and what makes you different, and why are they different? And we are able to provide quality associates by making sure that we provide thorough interviews, that we're setting clear expectations, that there's a values alignment. We have a number of different assessments that we provide for light industrial, administrative, professional, to prove that they are proficient in what they are saying that they can do. And then we also have something called Express Learn. So all of our associates, we believe that they should always receive continuing education. Not a lot of companies are able to provide that to a lot of the employees that we bring on. So we do that as an additional tool and resource in order to make sure that our employees are getting exactly what they need.
So we're going to talk about Frontline Training Solutions. We do have a short video to show you about frontline training. And once the video is done, I'll talk a little bit more about it.
Millions of millions, hundreds of thousands of hours served.
You turn that up.
We've been on the front lines here and challenges and failures of this, understanding the mindset of with Frontline Training Solutions and Express Employment Professionals Company, born out of the desire for the companies we serve. We are dedicated to providing the solutions we need to train, develop, and retain your workforce, to become an employer of choice and to be sustainable for the future. Practical training around real life experiences, consulting solutions for those who have been in your shoes, focused on providing real business results. We develop people, we inspire learning, we unlock potential. We are Frontline Training Solutions.
Okay, so it says developing people, inspiring growth, and unlocking potential. When we were looking for trainings for our current team, we couldn't find any trainings locally.
One moment.
Okay, we couldn't find any trainings locally. So we had to use an outsource. So we partnered with our Grand Rapids office, who did the Frontline Training Solutions, and they came to us. So we did a DISC assessment and got to know who we were so we could work with each other. So basically the DISC assessment, what that does is that will go through and that'll tell you about yourself. So you get to know how you learn and how other people learn as well. So there might be someone in the office that has like a dominant personality, and you might just be like that shy, similar person, and you don't know how to approach that dominant personality, or you don't know that they're approaching you. That's just how they are. So when we did that assessment, we were able to learn how each person takes things in, and we were able to work better together. So I believe that trainings work. We have supervisor boot camp training. We have leadership foundation trainings. Once you know yourself, you'll be able to go ahead and work with other people better. If you don't feel valued in the position that you currently are in, what do? You leave, right? Because you don't feel valued. So we decided that with these trainings, it brings value to everyone, which helps your retention. Because they feel valued, they stay. Because they know how to handle their staff, they know how to supervise their staff, they stay because they got trainings to do that. We always believe in helping people grow and learn more about themselves. So that's why we're excited to bring the Frontline Training Solutions to our area. The other part of it is the Express Learn. We do have a video on the Express Learn too.
You can just talk about it.
Yes, so I'll just talk about it so we don't have to go through the mic. So the video for Express Learn basically says that it's online, it's mobile friendly. There's a learning experience. They're able to develop and retain resources. So they're able to develop themselves personally and professionally and retain that information and constantly grow. The next program that we want to talk about and that we wanted to bring to you guys is our Job Genius program. And I'm going to let Afia explain that.
So our Job Genius program, this is our baby at Express, and we absolutely love it. Whatever it is that we can do to give back to the youth is the thing that just really just kind of just makes us thrive and have a lot of passion for it. So the Job Genius program is a program that is designed to work with youth between the ages of 16 to 24. So it introduces them to how to show up in an interview, how to create your resume, how to give and receive feedback. It covers a lot of different things. And then what we've done is over the last year, we recently launched our pilot at the Bering Street Public Schools, and we've changed it up a little bit with how we've offered it in the past. And what we have now is 9 competencies. The first one talks about it starts with a path. So what happens if you have a high school diploma, an associate's degree, a bachelor's degree, if you go for a certificate? What does a career look like if you go that career way? And then we just kind of introduce them to that and then kind of talk through how do you find your path. And we have an assessment that is given out, and then we also have mentors that come in to kind of help guide them into choosing a path. Certifying your path. How do you go about getting a degree? What's the best thing that you need to do in order to earn, and how do you need to get certified in order to earn your degree? And then we have crafting your professional story. So a lot of times we'll have a lot of people come to us and they don't know how to talk about themselves. Tell me about yourself. What have you done? And helping them to create a resume and be able to sell themselves. So you have 45 to 60 minutes probably to talk about yourself in an interview. How do you talk about that? So helping them to create their resume and learn how to talk about themselves in that resume, because your resume is what helps to tell your professional story. And then we talk about owning your hour and beyond, and how do you show up? How do you dress? How do you talk? How do you respond to questions when you don't know the answer to the question? What do you do in that hour to own that hour? And then talking about what's in your wallet. So we've added a financial literacy piece, and we partnered with Horizon Bank, and we've also partnered with Financial Summit Wellness to help us deliver the financial literacy piece. And we've got beneath the surface. So who are you and why do you show up the way that you do? As adults, a lot of times we go to a lot of professional development and we take a lot of emotional intelligence classes and we do risk assessments and leadership assessments, but a lot of those tools aren't given to young adults. So us, we may know why we show up the way we do and we understand our triggers, and then we're equipped with tools in order to use that in the workforce. I think that it's a great idea to equip them with those tools early as they're going into the workforce. Because what we're seeing is that a lot of young adults are losing their job because they think somebody's picking on them because they have a horrible attitude, or someone's trying to give them constructive criticism. They don't know how to receive that feedback, or they don't even know how to give feedback if they have an issue. So talking about beneath the surface, who are you? Why do you show up the way that you do? Understanding your triggers and how that relates to how you show up on the job. And then that also falls into navigating conflict. What does that look like to have a crucial conversation? How do you have a crucial conversation? What's the recipe of a crucial conversation? And just teaching them how to have a positive conversation. And then talking about balance. So a lot of times as adults, we learn tools and we're equipped with things to balance, work-life balance. How do you balance work and the kids and extracurricular activities and being a part of boards? How do you do it all? A lot of kids have that same issue as well. A lot of kids are suffering from depression or considering suicide. And sometimes life is just too much. And we just think, what do you have to worry about? You know, you don't have any bills to pay or anything like that. But they also need to be equipped with tools in order to learn how to be successful. And sharing those tools with them now and resources and places that they can go throughout Southwest Michigan to get that, it's very important that they have that information. And then the final piece of our Job Genius program is stepping into the real world. So we take our students on a 2-day tour of companies throughout Southwest Michigan, exposing them to job opportunities in manufacturing, administrative, professional positions. And they're able to go, walk through, and just see full service what it looks like to work in these different environments. And that's how we wrap up our program.
So an hour with the students and kind of what that looks like, our hour with them, is we start out with a short video and we review the topic for the day. And then we do hands-on activities. We have a speaker of the day that will come in and tell their story and kind of tell how they got where they are in their career today. What steps did they take? After high school, did they go to college? If they went to college, are they doing what they went to college for today? If they didn't go to college, what did they do? And then they journal. After the end of the hour, we give them a homework assignment for the following week, and they come back with their homework assignment from things that they learned from day one, and we just kind of wrap it all together. And so each week we start that way and then wrap it up with a homework assignment.
And at the end of the program, all of the students get a certificate of completion. And our goal is that when students show the certificate, they're able to talk about why they would be a good employee. So a lot of young adults come in and they don't have a lot of work experience. And, you know, tell me why you think that you would be the right candidate. And explaining to them, sharing with an employer that you did complete the Job Genius program, it's a big deal. You went through a 12-week program that taught you all about work-life balance and how to show up for an interview and how to show up on the job and how to communicate. And those are all things in those telling tools that can be used for them to talk more about themselves and to land the position. Questions?
Thank you. So I have 2 quick questions. Being that it is the 9 competency program, is it 9 weeks? 1 hour per?
So what we've been able to do is we cater it to, it's designed for 9 weeks at 1 hour. But every school is different, and depending on what works best for the schedule, we're flexible. So at the Barron Springs Public Schools right now, we're doing it over, we actually started it back again today for the 2nd semester. We're doing it for 12 weeks. And for each session, we're doing it a little bit slower. So we'll talk about crafting your professional story. And we talk about that for an hour. And then the following class would be an hour of actually working on that.
My second question is whether or not there's a fee for this program or if it's your community service efforts.
So there is a fee for the program, and it's per student, per group, and that's something that we can talk about as well.
Madam President.
You have the floor.
Thank you. I really enjoyed the program. I think it's some great information. Unfortunately, from a board perspective, I'm not sure how we can support the program. And so I just wondered, have you guys talked to the Department of Teaching and Learning? Are you just coming to kind of pre-message this, and then you're kind of looking forward to working with our CAO? I'm just kind of wondering, like, what are the next steps?
Yeah, so we have not spoken with the Department of Teaching and Learning. Was that it?
Mhm.
Yeah, so we have not
Ms.
spoken
Waddell.
with the Department of Teaching and Learning, and we have done the Job Genius program before in the past here
Mhm.
at the Benton Harbor Area School. So we've presented the program before, and it was a success. And due to different changes and different things happening, we didn't continue it. So we've done it before. It's been done before, but it's new and improved now. So does that answer your question? I think there was a
Yeah,
second
no, I
part.
think it's good, and I
Okay.
think this would be great for the curriculum committee and the Department of Teaching and Learning to kind of work. Because unfortunately, I think, like from a board level, they like to tell us that we're in the plane, 50,000 foot view. And so as much as we can think the program is great, you know, it goes through teaching and learning, and then if it's something that they actually want to do and they think it's a good fit with our district, then we can support it on the board level. I hope that you guys get an opportunity to work with Ms. Wydell and her team to get this back to our table.
Secretary
Thank you.
Triplett.
No, you can go ahead with them. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask you, how are your students chosen? Do they
Can't hear you.
volunteer or how are your students chosen? Do they volunteer or are they like routed through your program? Just exactly how do they enter in?
Right. So in the past, we've done the programs with smaller nonprofits and smaller groups. So we've worked with the health department and the MyApp program, and those students are not at risk, but trying to prevent pregnancy. So we've gone and we've delivered the program to those groups. So we've worked with smaller nonprofits. And then working with the Benton Harbor area schools was actually the first time that we had presented that program to the schools. And now that we have gotten our program down pat and it's solid, and we know that this is exactly what the students need, we ran our pilot for the first time at the Berrien Springs Public School last semester. And we're running that pilot again this semester, started today actually. And the goal is that this is something that all 29 schools throughout Southwest Michigan would implement into their curriculum.
How did you choose?
Trustee Gavin, did you have a
Was your
question?
question answered?
Did that answer your question?
I was kind of wondering, do the students choose to go themselves or are they chosen, handpicked to go in?
Right. So our suggestion is, and right now what we're doing is working with seniors. So we're recommending that all seniors are, it's mandatory that they're in this class. So at Berrien Springs, what we're doing is the Job Genius program has replaced the senior project. So the senior project is a 12B credit, and the Job Genius program has replaced that career readiness in their curriculum.
Trustee Gavin?
Okay, thank you. Very impressed. I would like to, if possible, kind of bring back to the fee because I'm interested in the numbers. Is there a general fee that you have that you can kind of shoot out just so we know it's a per pupil?
Or
So not a
can
fee
you,
that I'll shoot out, but I did share the packet information with the information of, and I believe that Liz may have that, and I can share that with you all before we leave, and you guys can take a look at that.
so what we can actually do is if we could
Looking
if
at
we
the
could have that
packet.
sent to us prior to our February curriculum meeting, and then we can kind of go over that
Sure.
as well.
Okay,
Secretary Triplett.
I wasn't.
Oh, you have the floor. Go ahead.
I am wondering, is this like in conjunction? You said it was a part of like maybe a senior project.
Mhm.
Was that coupled with a careers and technical education class that they already had? And were you partnered with the teacher that was already present? Or is this separate from a course that's already being offered in the schools?
So it's taken the place of the senior project, and we facilitate the course. Did that answer your question?
When you facilitate the course, are you working with the teacher in the building or are they sending students to you and there's no partnership with the teacher? That's what I'm asking.
There's no partnership with the teacher, and we work with the career coordinator at the school, and the career coordinator is present in the classroom, and my team facilitates the training.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So let me ask a question. I know
Yes.
in Berrien Springs, Trustee Gavin, they used to have, for years, they had a quote unquote senior project that every senior had to do. And so when she said that they're replacing that with this particular program, I think one thing that's concerning to me is, I just keep hearing, did you all talk to the principal or anybody at Berrien Springs? Who did you talk to at Berrien Springs prior to
So
coming?
we're working with Bill Bergen, and we did meet with the superintendent,
Bill Birkin is,
the director of the Discovery Academy at Berrien Springs Public Schools.
that's the online program.
Yes,
So,
it's online, but our students are all in person.
so you went to him, who's the administrator
Mhm.
for that program.
Correct.
I guess because for me, I'm just kind of concerned with all of these decisions being made, and I don't hear anybody talking to the principal of this high school, the counselor of this high school. We do have principal, we have assistant principal, we have counselors that we employ here at Benton Harbor Area School. And so Mr. Bergen is, quote unquote, would be like the administrator or the principal of that program. And so for me, you know, again, this is just one of my concerns, is that we have a principal here at the school. We have counselors, we have programs, we have scheduling. How would that look? You know, have anybody even, I really don't know how you got on the agenda. I don't know where that came from, but, you know, I have our confidence.
Mhm.
And I appreciate, because I've had an opportunity to work alongside of you. And you have been here in Benton Harbor Area Schools and committed to Benton Harbor Area Schools prior to. And like you said, you were here before, and all of our changes in administration. Every time we get a change in administration, we have to do something new with egos and all these other things. But what we have consistently had, if it's going to come in our high school, just like it went to Mr. Bergen, I would hope that you would be afforded the opportunity to speak to the administration here at Benton Harbor High School and the counseling department. Thank you.
So our goal is to
can I-
follow
can I
any
respond?
process. Absolutely.
So Ms. Latham shared the program with me. She sent the booklet that she just went over to us. I sent it out. I copied Ms. Waddell and asked that she take a look at the program and connect with Ms. Latham and discuss potentially bringing it into the high school. In the same email, I also asked whether it was something that the board was interested in learning more about. And there was a response from one of the trustees that they were. So that was October. It's now February, and I'm hearing that you all did not have an opportunity to connect. But I want to make sure that it's clear that Ms. Waddell was copied on that email so that administration could learn more about that program. And this has been something that has been on the agenda and kind of been taken off each month because of various things happening. So because she's been shuffled so many different times, I wanted to give her an opportunity to bring it before everyone, because I know that we're looking to expand our CTE programming in different ways. And so there was interest from a board member to hear more about the program. And I allowed her the opportunity.
And I appreciate that. I do.
You're welcome.
I am familiar with it, but I want to make it clear that I think that it is, you know, who would know more about what's happening, the day-to-day operation in this high school, since it's going to be a high school student, other than the principal. So I'm quite sure that this was presented to Mr. Bergen, who is the administrator, principal of that program. And he then in turn took it to the next level and presented it once it was sold to that individual. So that's all I'm saying moving forward. I would. Is it a ventriloquist?
Beep, your 2 minutes up.
Y'all can play that 2 minute game.
I
if y'all
was just
want to.
kidding. I was
Right.
trying to crack a joke.
Right, look, lighten up the room. But yeah, I would hope that even in doing this, that the principal, assistant principal, and counselor would be very, very active, because I think they can give you some great information. They're boots on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate you all.
Thank you for
And
having me.
Ms. Waddell, if you could connect with Ms. Latham, or if you prefer that one of the principals have that conversation with her just to discuss more about what that looks like. I know that Ms. Gavin is interested in what the fee is, but maybe we can kind of get that update in our February board meeting or curriculum meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have the intercare review paperwork approval. Yep, it's the board report. Michael, I don't want to mispronounce the last name.
It's impossible. Yashkevich, just call me Michael.
Okay. You have the floor. How do you pronounce it?
Yashkevich.
Okay.
Um,
Germany. Is it
So I
Germany?
think that you have a packet in front of you We recently had a state review, so we have to have a state review every so many years, depending on how we do. Because of COVID, it was really delayed. When we had the review, one of the things that we found was missing was board approval of this particular packet. So what they need you to approve is, or what the state requires that we ask that you approve, is this information packet that basically says everything we do at the clinic. They also require that you review any of our consents. So our parent minor consent, that's the consent that anybody would fill out to be seen in our clinic. And then also that you would approve our risk assessments that we use in the clinic. So what you have in front of you is a RAPS. That is a studied tool. It's been around for a long time. All of InterCare uses it. I would argue that probably most pediatric offices use this as their risk assessment. The other thing that you have in there is a PHQ-9, so that's a depression screener. And then you also have something called a CRAFT. This is something that I implemented when I started here at the clinic. It is the S in SBIRT. SBIRT is screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment. The S is the screener that you would use to screen somebody for any type of substance use. So that is because it's very specific for adolescents. That's the one that we chose. We have to complete an evidence-based intervention project for the state. That is the project that we're using. So basically kids are screened using that tool. And then follow-up is based on what that looks like. State was coming in, we were reviewing all the paperwork, found that I could not find evidence that these things were ever approved by the board. I'm sure that they were years and years ago. Our last review was something like 7 or 8 years ago. But we couldn't find the minutes, so we couldn't get those approved for the state. Part of what the state asks us to do is when we didn't have something that they wanted us to have, we had to answer to that. We told them that we have this packet prepared for you and that you would have it on your agenda this evening. So we already answered to the state. They are going to want to see that we at some point got this approved. And that's that packet that's in front of you.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for her regarding the documents before us? This actually has a staff report B1 that we actually have to take a vote to approve, but are there any questions?
I just 101% support our school-based clinic. I don't know what happened along the way with the previous administration. I wasn't ever able to get clear on what was going on and how we were moving in that direction, but I supported 101%. This is information that they need. This clinic has not only been good to our community, our students, our parents. It's been right there during the pandemic. It took the lead in areas. It's a place where our kids can go and feel comfortable. They are very professional. They are very kind to our students. This is not what I've heard. This is what I know. And so I support this 101%.
Any additional questions or comments?
Just
Trustee
a comment.
Gavin?
Oh, go ahead.
I want to thank you. I too am very grateful for the clinic and especially the location of it. I guess a point of clarity, you said that there was a time when you were supposed to have this approved. Is that something that happens, that's supposed to happen yearly?
No, actually, if I could have found evidence of it ever being approved, then that probably would have sufficed. There are a couple additions there, like that craft screener is something that I added. But in general, we would have covered pretty much everything that's been done there for the last several years.
So it's only something that needs to be approved once and then
Yeah.
we're good. It's
Yeah,
not
and if-
something we need to keep up
Or
with.
definitely every 5 years or so at the most, I would say. But
Okay,
we'll definitely make sure that those type of things are done ahead of time.
thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, so we have staff report B1 regarding the intercare paperwork. Dr. Butts, are you going to read that or would you prefer that I do? It's presented by you.
I can read it.
You have the floor.
In order to comply with state guidelines, Intercare must have their marketing and consent materials approved by the board. Facts and Analysis Benton Harbor Area Schools has been partnering with Intercare to provide medical services to this community for over 10 years. As part of a full site review performed by the state, it was found that the specified paperwork must receive board approval. These items include information packet, policy on parental consent, consent form, tools used for risk assessment annually, tools to assess social determinants of health, policy reference none, strategic plan reference none, recommended action that the Board of Education approve the items listed for the distribution in the Intercare community and families.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve staff report B1?
So move.
I second.
The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Any additional questions, comments, and concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, awesome. Thank you
Thank you
so
very
much for
much.
coming before us this evening and ensuring we have what we need. Next up on the agenda, we have the, technically the student representative update, but they have yet to arrive, so I don't anticipate that they will make it. So we are going to proceed with our Benton Harbor High School senior class field trip information.
Good evening, everyone. I am Fred Roseberg, Principal of Benton Harbor High School, and I have with me today Elijah Cleve, the senior class vice president, as well as Elijah Dancer, who is a senior here at Benton Harbor High School, and they would like to present you information about regarding their senior trip. I also have Miss Felicia Smith, who is the senior class advisor, and I am here for support or any other questions that may need to be answered regarding the trip. And they are cheerleaders and they've been very patient, so I know they're very anxious to get back to the game and get dressed. So I'm gonna let them get started.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elijah Cleve, Senior Class Vice President. I would first like to start off by saying thank you for having us here and hearing us out. So basically, me and my classmates, can y'all hear me?
You can grab it.
You can do
Yeah.
it.
Me and my classmates were planning on taking a senior trip to Wisconsin Dells, March 20th through 23rd. Okay. And I asked them like what the trip meaning. So I'm gonna read that out. Okay. So the purpose of the senior trip is so that my classmates and I enjoy every moment we can together before we all venture off into our own lives within colleges and new settings and memories, of course. I have Elijah here with me. Would you like to share anything about it? Yeah. So we basically just trying to, spend some time together before we go all off into the real world. And I feel like we never got to get, enough time together as classmates because, of course, COVID and stuff like that. And I really like my class, but we don't really get to do much together. They kind of boring too sometimes. So this can be an opportunity for us to, get along, get some bonding time in, and, come together. I really don't got much more. I'm sorry.
That's good.
Thank you.
That's good.
Thank you.
We appreciate you coming here with us. I know you have a game to get to, so we appreciate you, this meeting enough to you to come before the board and share the interest with us. You sure you don't want to say anything? You can tell us your name and your grade.
That's our homecoming
I'm
queen
not
too.
a dancer. I'm a senior. I'm just here for support.
Well, thank you for coming. All right, thank you, ladies.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Roseberg, did you have anything additional?
We will be taking the trip March the 20th through the 23rd, and that is on spring break, so the kids won't be missing no time from school. So that's why we picked it for spring break. So like I said, and we'll be staying at the Mount Olympic Resort. The price is $235 a person. That includes our hotel fee and bus transportation to and from to the different resorts that we'll visit every day. plus the one that we're staying at. And I'm taking a total of 14 girls and 6 boys. It'll be a chaperone in every room. So I got everything covered. And I do apologize. We didn't know anything about the other paperwork. We was just doing what we was told. So we will make the correction and get everything into the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have anything additional, Principal Roseberg? No pressure. Any questions
me,
currently? I know we're not taking a vote, but any questions for them?
How soon do you need us to vote? How soon do we need to let you know so takes place?
Well, we're going on spring break. So when is the next board meeting?
The next meeting is March 14th, I believe.
So we'll be leaving like that next week.
Right.
So I
Probably
mean,
sooner than
it's,
that, don't you?
it shouldn't take us that long to do the paperwork if it's.
Okay, so what we'll do is you all touch base with Dr. Butts. Dr. Butts
Okay.
can update me. And even
Okay.
if we need to have a 15, 20-minute meeting for that purpose prior to our
Okay.
standard board meeting.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I think Ms. Gavin, was that the same question
That
that
was
you
my
had? Okay.
question. Super grateful that you all brought the youth to come and speak for themselves. And I just appreciate you giving your time during the spring break. That just really shows your commitment. Appreciate
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Thank you very
Have a
much.
good time.
I would like to say something too. One thing that we're trying to establish as a board is not anything personal. As a board, one of our goals as a board, when we did our self-evaluation, is make sure that we take care of what it is that we need to do. And our protocols and things need to be, we have to inspect what we really expect. And so, again, I'm so glad that Trustee Gavin, brought to the table to give them an opportunity to be able to come and present to us because they took time out of their busy schedule. And I supported 101%. They're paying for this. I wish it was some kind of funding. It just really amazes me that whenever people get money for everything else, grants and what have you, is based on our kids being poor and lack of not having funds. But then when it's time to really do something for kids, none of that money for some unknown reason can be used to even support our kids. So again, like she said, thank you so very, very much. But we're watching. We're definitely watching, and thank you for taking time out of your schedule on spring break to spend some time with our kids. I want to thank you, Mr. Roseberg and Mr. Morant, for all of the hard work that you all are doing with and for our kids. Thank you so very much.
Madam President.
Thank you all.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just want to be clear, like, from a board perspective, I have no problem supporting the trip. But one thing that we have to make sure that we do is that we're in compliance. And this policy hasn't changed. I'm not sure where this form came from. Or I'm not sure, but if you guys don't have the forms, look in the Neola policy.
Yes, we'll have them.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
So what happened with this then? I just wonder where this came from. If you guys already know what the forms are. I was trying to explain that before you cut me off.
Okay, I thought
Okay.
if when I see is it the one with title funding and questions on there?
No, so again, it's in policy, the Neola
Gotcha.
policy 3130 and 3140.
Okay,
And then if you look under field trips, you can find the actual form.
absolutely.
Mhm.
Thank you.
And this form, I'm sorry, Madam President.
You've technically had your one time to speak. My apologies, Secretary Triplett. Is there anyone else that would like to add a question or comment on this topic?
I still had 30 seconds. I had 30 seconds, and I would like.
I will allow
30 seconds.
grace for the 30 seconds, Secretary
Yeah,
Triplett.
this looks like me, a standard field trip form that's been used down through the years.
I understand.
Yeah, this what this looked like. And I don't know if this was ever forwarded, our board policy form as the board, as it was updated, but this is one of the field trip forms that they've used down through the years. So this is something that we probably can get, like you said.
Again, this is in the policy. We did go through this with the
Yes, we've been
last
through
field
it,
trip.
so it needs to be available to staff.
All right, thank you both so much for coming before us and for taking our kids on the field trip. We appreciate you more than you know.
Thank you so much.
All right, next up, we have our committee and various updates. Trustee Raquette Martin, who is our alternate for Barry and Risa, was able to attend the meeting on our behalf. So she just had a quick update for us on how the meeting went. If there was anything imperative that we needed to know, I wanted to give her an opportunity to share. Trustee Raquette Martin, you have the floor.
Yes. Yeah, I did attend the Berrien County School Board meeting. It was out in the boonies, but I made it there. Uh, what we did was, this was our first meeting. We elected our officers. And then I want to talk a little bit about the purpose of that board. It basically is to support the superintendents and the board members. The funding comes from MASB, which is the Michigan Association of School Boards. We get like 3% of your dues. They kick back to that board, to that group of people. We talked about professional development for school board members, using some of those funds to do special things for the superintendents, to help support the superintendent evaluation process. We also talked about centralizing the CTE program. Right now, they're all over the county and kids may have or may not have transportation to those programs. And so that was one of the things that they were talking about, was centralizing those programs, professional and non-professional staff recognition or awards, something to boost morale, give affirmation to staff, to school board members, to people that work in education, to help build morale. We also talked about even recognizing our superintendents. Okay. To also to do schooling and to give information and in-servicing and inviting MASB to come down at times for workshops to give information to school boards to help us become better boards. Our next meeting, we are required by the state to meet 2 times a year. However, we have elected to probably meet more than that. Our next meeting will be in March, and it will be at the Berrien County ISD. But it was a productive meeting. It was a good meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Raquette Martin. I appreciate your attendance and for sharing that update. I think it's imperative that we know what's going on with the ISD, and we know what supportive services are available to us. And I did not know that the MASB dues that they receive is a kickback to the ISD. So I've learned something today.
To that board, not to the ISD.
To the board. To the board.
That's where they
of
get
the
their funding
ISD.
from.
Gotcha.
Right. So they don't have a lot of funding, but we can do fundraisers if we need to.
All right. Any questions? Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm just glad that they invited you. I served on it for a year and never knew anything about any meeting or anything. So evidently there's something special about you and they feel safe with you to even include you and to give you the information that they've given you. So I'm so glad that we picked the right person to represent Ben Harbor area schools at that level. Thank you so much, Ms. Raquette Martin.
For clarification purposes, we did get the invitation. It was sent to both of you all.
I said, well, I said.
All right, next up, we have
Question?
committee reports.
Question?
Oh, you have the floor, Ms. Trustee
Thank you
Gavin.
so
And my
much,
apologies
Madam
if I say miss instead of trustee.
I don't, none of
Okay,
that
you
matters
have
to
the
me.
floor.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you. I do have a question, Trustee Raquette Martin. Do you as a representative have any opportunity to speak to what goes on their agenda?
Sure.
You do? Okay,
Yes.
good deal. Thank you.
We're included.
All right, thank you so much. We may not necessarily need an update every month, depending on what happens in the meeting, but if it's something that you all feel is relevant that you'd like to share with us, just let me know and
It's all good.
we can, it didn't make a difference, did it?
No, it's
We
all
can
good.
have it added.
No, we good.
We gotta go see.
We're just gonna pause for a minute as they go by and enjoy the moment.
They can't stop now. now. You're gonna mess it up now. Don't mess it up. Ain't that important?
I can actually,
You have the floor.
oh, no, I'm saying my committee report.
Oh, okay. So I just wanted, we're on committee reports. One change that we do have at the time that the agenda was established, we had not selected our chair for curriculum, that is Secretary Triplett. So it's no longer to be determined. His name should be there. I am uncertain whether or not facilities has their chair. However, which ever committee member is willing to give your update, you're more than welcome to do so. So we're going to start with Treasurer Creighton with the Finance Committee report.
Thank you. Good evening again. So we did have a finance meeting, and all of our committee members were present. It's myself, Miss Raquel Martin, and Miss Doyle. And also we had two visitors from Hungerford Nichols, Miss Tessa Keen, and then also Emily, who is not here. She's actually the staff accountant, and also our superintendent. And so we pretty much established the format for our meeting. I think it's helpful, again, that in the meeting, our staff, the admin, and representatives realize that this is our meeting to get the information that we need. And so I'm grateful that this is my third year on that committee. And so the committee meeting did go well. We have an agenda format that we use, and basically it lists the agenda topics, and we all just kind of add them on there, the key points, next steps, and then comments. And so from that, we pretty much talked to Hungerford Nichols, and she did not share a lot of information today. I think she was under the assumption that the entire board received the assessment, which for whatever reason, I did get it today, and so I do have it, and I can email it to you all now. But just an overview of pretty much what the assessment is. So Hungerford Nichols is an accounting firm. They came in, they did an assessment of our current practices, with and without the CFO. So although they came in the absence of the CFO, sometimes it's good to just do an assessment of your programs to kind of see what an external person can tell you, ways that you can streamline it, right? So sometimes if you keep doing the same thing and expecting different results, you have no way of really knowing and understanding new practices if you've been kind of in the trenches, right? So it's a great way for them to come in and to help us. And so pretty much some of their suggestions that we talked about in the meeting, what they're looking to do in the short term is to provide accurate financial statements, reconcile banking accounts, monitor payroll, and establish internal controls so that we can ensure that we have the proper systems in place to conduct business. Our next meeting is February 22nd. We do noonday meetings, and pretty much the committee was really excited about the work that's being done in a short 2 months of time. And if you once you receive this assessment, you'll notice that they've kind of created a phase one, two, and 3 system where they're talking about kind of aggressively what the plans are, and they are not replacing the CFO. We are looking to still fill that position. And so I think as we talk about some things under board business, I definitely have some ideas from a board perspective of some ways that we can potentially do this in our other departments to kind of make sure that we're on board as we've transitioned a couple of times with superintendents. So from the financial committee, that's pretty much what we talked about. And then we have some next steps that we're working on for the upcoming months as these unfold. We did give them kind of informal permission to not just force some numbers in front of us. That's why you will not see on the agenda tonight a finance report, but we will have one starting in March. Hopefully, it'll be accurate. So if you can think of any reports that you would like to see in the upcoming meetings, I think it'll be great if you could email those to us or just kind of send me some kind of message. Keeping in mind that Scott did his reports the way that he did them. And so now moving forward, we'll need to reestablish what it is that we would like to see from a board level perspective.
Thank you. And I had one question for you. Did you guys get an opportunity to set certain goals just yet? If not, you can share in March.
So when you say goals, you're saying for the committee?
Yeah.
Nope. So this was our first meeting, and so
Okay.
we just kind of talked about some
Where
introductory
you at?
things, and the team met Hunger for Nickels and stuff like that.
All right, awesome. One thing that we're implementing as well is, although one thing that we've heard from the table multiple times from a particular trustee is that ensuring that the work of the committees is shared with the board more inclusively. So I would like to give um, the board an opportunity to give, if there's any particular topics that they would like for the finance committee to discuss or have on their agenda for this month. Trustee Gavin.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So I am, I hope I can say this. I'm wondering if the Finance Committee can discuss, you know, what finances are available for creating a full-time position for a CTE director, if those funds are available and where they could come from. That's one. And then the other is Munitrex, updating Munitrex. Is there someone who can make sure that in the absence of the CFO, we can get Munitrex updated?
Thank you.
Perfect. Can I respond?
Yep, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gavin. From my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think the CT position is posted. I'm not sure that that was ever collapsed. If so, I would like to see the board minutes for that, because I would be very interested in that. I think it should be posted currently. And then the second one, we did talk about Unitrax, and it's a goal to have it updated when we get our new financial documents in March. So we did actually talk about that. I know that you did mention that, and then Angela did talk about that at our meeting. So we should be right on track with that in March as well.
I'm sorry, right? I mean, a full-time position. Currently, it's a part-time stipend for only $5,000 for the year.
Wow. When
And
was that
so
collapsed?
I'm pretty sure that in the past, our CT directors have been paid a full salary. So I'm just wondering if the finance committee would be willing to take a look at the funds and find out if there are dollars available to finance a full-time CTE director position.
Madam President.
You have the floor.
Um,
You have the floor during your report.
perfect. So this is great. And I don't know if this is the right platform, but that's something that I would definitely like to talk about under our new business, because that I do have a major concern, and I'm not on the HR committee anymore. However, there's a lot of moves that are being made, and I'm not really sure where they're coming from. When positions are created, it should come to the finance committee, and when they're eliminated, it should come to the finance committee, because obviously we are either extending our budget or we are eliminating and extending the budget the other way. And so that is a great point. Again, if that position was collapsed by the board before I joined the board, I would like to see the minutes. So Dr. Butts, if you could work with Liz and potentially um, our chief of human resources to find when that position was eliminated and what year it was approved by the board, and potentially digging up those minutes, that would be great. Because since I've been on this board for 2 years and 2 months, that has not been at the table. So from my understanding, if I can stay on this soapbox, the position, a lot of times I think what's happening, and I did actually look over the staffing, and again, I would like to talk about that under new business, just simply because it seems like we're kind of going back to business as usual, and this is not like, um, I'm not blaming anyone. I just think in the turnover of the admin, we are creating positions and eliminating them for people versus the need of the school. And so I think it's very important that we actually take a look at this from a systematic standpoint. And to Ms. Gavin's point, make sure that we are not, like Mr. Triplett like to say, throwing the baby away with the bathwater. I think we definitely, as Ms. Raquel Martin mentioned, we need a central location. Well, guess what? In 1999, I'm doing my presentation, sorry. In 1999, with Carol Fecky, and I was a student rep because I was in high school, we actually piloted and created this CTE program. And so it is disheartening that we started off being the central location and the hub. And you can Google that as a fact check, 1999 CTE program in Barron County. And so it's really disheartening that to hear that that is no longer a full-time position and that our programs are being eliminated. And to be honest, no pun intended to Job Genius, but as she was speaking, I can speak for myself and hopefully Ms. Gavin as well. 100% of what she said is embedded into the CTE curriculum already. And so it's very disheartening that we would have to contract with external service providers as much as we may like them. It's disheartening that we would have to spend extra money to do that when it is embedded in the CTE curriculum, and I'm positive of that. So if we do have CTE programs in our school, unfortunately, we that it's already in there. And so, yeah, it starts in 8th grade with the educational development plan. And so that's where we have to, again, get this thing, lay it out, and map it and make it make sense. Because right now, I do feel we come to these meetings and it's like a performance and everyone wants to be on stage. But after 2 years and 2 months, I've kind of had enough.
All right, anything else for the Finance Committee? Thank you, Treasurer Creighton. Next, we have Human Resources. We don't have Trustee Bowens present. Trustee Raquel Martin, do you have an update for us?
In lieu of him, I'll give the report. Behave. Okay, we met January 4th of this year. Trustee Bowens, myself, and our HR chair, Dr. Butts, we were present. Also, now I'm just gonna go ahead and go through our minutes. The superintendent provided an update regarding the CFO recruitment. District has engaged an accounting firm, Hangford Nichols, which is already familiar with our district to provide coverage for the CFO duties while we are recruiting for that position. We have also been presented with the recruitment retention strategy, which will be presented to the whole board today. Further on by our CFCHR, Elizabeth Gale. This is a comprehensive plan that addresses the needs of the district and is aligned with our strategic plan. We are also excited about the new peer-to-peer initiative, which was also presented to the whole board, will also be presented to the whole board today, as it addresses the culture and climate and is also directly tied to the strategic plan. We have reviewed the Michigan Revised School Code and how it relates to the administrative contracts and definitions of renewal, non-renewal, termination, and contract extension. In the absence of a CFO, the HR department is taking a lead on the migration from Skyward to Quinnative. This is a massive project and we are expected to go live on May 8th. We also articulated several goals for the HR department. Number one, to implement the recruitment retention plan to continue to recruit and employ highly qualified personnel to fill job vacancies. Goal two, to educate all employees on the role of the Benton Harbor Human Resource Department. As a matter of fact, we have requested that a general overview of the human resource functions be presented to the board as a whole at the next meeting. Goal three, to develop and implement plans that aid in the improvement of employee relations district-wide. And that was our.
All right, any questions or comments for Trustee Raquel Martin?
Yes,
You have the floor.
I just, this has been a place for 2 years for me that has been very troubling to me. Um, Not wanting to be accusatory, but it is what it is, you know. And so when we look at this, as Treasurer Creighton was saying, and I'm so glad that we do have a policy committee now. And we have a chairman of our policy, a well-able person to chair the policy committee for the Board of Education in Trustee Gab. I would like to say for us as committee, as we have our committee, I would like to see us be able to really give our thoughts once we get, we might get it in writing, like I sent mine prior to coming to the meeting. We had our meeting last night. But I think that we need to, since we have decided not to have a committee as a whole meeting, I just feel like a lot of times we miss out on a lot of stuff. We miss out on a lot of opportunity so that we won't be at this table so long that we can go ahead and get that. I think we have matured enough that once we do this as a committee as a whole, we got everything out there. That might be a longer one, but when we get ready to take care of the business, we can move quickly. Because this is something, HR is very serious. And it's just, you know, I thank you for your goals and for your presentation. But I do have loads of concern and questions, as long as they can be answered. I'm good with it.
Thank you. Are there any topics to be added to the Human Resources agenda for the month? All right, Trustee Gavin.
Madam President, thank you. I sent some information, an information request regarding the merit pay system. If we are serious about retaining staff, I'm very much interested in that process. And would love to know, you know, how that's going and, you know, how that process went. And I did send a spreadsheet regarding that. I would love to turn it over to the committee to see if that can be a discussion item. And I am also interested in knowing the process for qualifying for a promotion within the school system. We have a lot of amazing staff, and I'm just wondering how, you know, how that process works in terms of them having an opportunity to receive some of these higher positions. And then specifically, I'm interested in the demographics of the applicants for the CFO, their qualifications, and what happened.
Madam President.
You have the floor.
And I don't know if this is the appropriate time, because again, I was gonna mention a couple things under new business. But I'll mention it and then you can, if you will. So I guess my question, I would like as a goal for us as a board to, do we have a civil rights officer within the Department of Human Resources? Do we have a diversity, equity, and inclusion officer? And it doesn't have to necessarily be an additional person, but who handles civil rights complaints? Who is responsible for ensuring diversity, equity, and inclusion? I think oftentimes when we think about in our area, because our demographics is heavy on one side, but when we think about diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's beyond race, right? It's economic status, it's sexuality, it's gender. And so as we think about these things and we are evolving as a people and as a country, how are we moving as a district to make sure and to ensure that we're in compliance of these things? And so that was something a lot of times when people call us, I think again, we're in the plane. And so I too have questions. And so I just wondered, from a board perspective, those are things that I don't want to just put off for the HR meeting, but I would like to add it to the agenda for our retreat.
I agree.
So potentially maybe HR can kind of talk about it and discuss it,
Mhm.
but I have some ideas for the retreat.
And I will, well, I'll hold that to the retreat. What I was gonna say. Okay, I did notate that down next to it from my notes. So Trustee Raquel Martin, did you get the topics? Okay. All right. Next up, we have facilities. No, I'm sorry, curriculum and SPED, Secretary Triplett.
Thank you, Madam President. We did have our meeting, our first meeting, and the curriculum committee met on Thursday, February the 9th, 2023, to identify who would serve as chairman, and I was identified to again serve again as the chairman of the curriculum committee. And once I was elected, we discussed how the committee would operate moving forward this year. Those who were present at that particular meeting was myself, Secretary Triplett, President Robinson, and Trustee Gavin. So we have an excellent committee, and I'm looking forward to the work that we're going to do. We decided that we needed to have a meeting prior to this board meeting, and so we were able to do that last night. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Chief Waddell for accommodating at such a late notice and being there to present to us the information that was presented. So thank you so very, very much. Within
I second that.
48 hours or what have you, turned it around. It was late. We ended up meeting last night. I think we had a pretty good meeting. We, as a curriculum committee meeting, we discussed our goals and what our work would look like and what we thought our work should look like. And one of the main areas, there were three main areas, and we haven't fully developed them or given, just like honed in on what it is that we want them to be. But we know the three areas that we will be focusing on is curriculum, and in that area, culturally competent curriculum. And we also talked about safe and healthy environments within our curriculum. I did update that so you guys can get it when you look at your minutes that I sent out. Also, at the table now we're discussing, and I know that I felt the same way that Treasurer Creighton felt, and and Trustee Gavin, who were two of the most powerful of CTE teachers in Ben Harbor High School. And so they know this program thoroughly through and through. And so I just found out from history tonight that as a student in 1999, Mrs. Creighton had an opportunity to be a part of the pilot of the CTE program. I, too, personally was devastated to find out that we did not have a CTE director and what that was, and that people were just given a stipend. And that's when I knew immediately that people didn't understand what CTE really, really was. They couldn't have had a clue, and that's okay. But, staying up here, governance, oversight, and accountability, sometimes in areas you have to come down to that level. So we do have some insight in what he had. So career technical education, the status of it. We did ask, I did ask that we do some history. And so what she asked tonight, that we do some research. Where is this stuff? When did this Board of Education even remove this position as a director? And who came up with that this was a position that someone could receive a stipend for? Somewhere this has to be documented, because we can't these moves cannot just happen. People do not have that power and authority. And that's why the policy committee is very, very critical, because when those types of changes and those types of things happen, it must come before this Board of Education. So we act for that information, so you guys supported it. We also talked about staff development and professional development, what types of things as it relates to curriculum. I would like to, each member express their areas of concern and what next steps look like as it relates to governance, oversight, and accountability from a curriculum perspective. Chief Waddell gave a brief overview on, well, it wasn't brief, but gave a briefing on the the status of CTE. She discussed what they were doing as it related to identifying who would take over the role since Paul Corson had become a chief and was no longer in charge of this particular area, which it falls upon the curriculum and it fell into her lap. She did let us know that she had been in contact with the regional director, Chris, out at Barron Risa, and that they were working with some, I think Ms. Pyle was a person that also works with CTE, that she has been in contact with those individuals because it was recommended. We want to find out what happened. We were the hub. All of our licenses, everything was taken. Somewhere along this transition, we lost everything. And we can't do anything about that, but what we need to do, we need to find out what happened. What do we do moving forward? As far as the curriculum, it was good to see the chief share with us, and we'll share with you all the pacing guide and the curriculum for each one. That was really, really refreshing to see that kind of work is definitely going forward. And so as a curriculum committee, we will have an opportunity to, ask the questions and do the things that we feel necessary, and hopefully be able to meet with the superintendent and express our concerns. And it was also brought up that they are looking for funding for the CTE director. And once we do this, I don't know if it's an investigation or this fall back, how it disappeared without anybody knowing. We find out what that is. That money, there's no CTE program without a CTE director, period. You can't get a stipend. You cannot, you can't do that. That would never, ever, that's just, but I know what she shared with us, some of the things that the CTE teachers that we do have, the CTE program that we do have, quote unquote, that are in place here, they are receiving their certifications. They have been down to Barron Risa, and they got some of the things in order for us to be able to say that we're functioning in the right manner, and that these programs will be recognized and as of what is going on as it relates to CTE. That's basically it. Also, there is a textbook committee in place, and so they are getting ready to start identifying the teachers. It's a larger group. I asked how can the community, when we're talking about textbook for our students and we're talking about culturally competent textbook, who should be at that table? How does that look? And do we have parents and what have you? So she did inform us that they were not at that particular point right now, that they were in their beginning stages. And so again, that was basically things that we discussed in the curriculum committee. The curriculum committee will be meeting again so that we can, and it was also expressed that this is a committee of the Board of Education. This is not a committee of central administration. And so we will be working in tangent with our chiefs to put this our agendas together. We will lead our curriculum meeting, our facility meeting, all of our meetings, because it is our meeting. And we'll move forward in that direction. So we'll be meeting with the superintendent and also with the chief academic officer, so we can figure out how that's going to look moving forward. And we'll be in place by March fully. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Secretary Triplett regarding the curriculum report that was given, or any items that you would like added to the agenda for our February meeting? You have the floor.
Yeah, I think we had talked before about looking into different programs that we could bring into our district that would um, give our students a chance to be more involved in like the sciences and the maths uh, projects that they have around the state of Michigan. I know the National Science Foundation offer many things that can, that we can bring into our district with the funding, with the funding. Um, I think there's a place in Detroit. I used to read grants for the state, and there were grants we read, engineering programs that we could apply for and get grant money to bring those projects and things into our school district so that our students can have a global um, a global view of in their education. There are a lot of things that we can, look into just to make sure that we enrich their curriculum, to enrich their learning. So I would like for us to kind of scope out some of those programs.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Secretary Triplett, for providing your update. And again, thank you to Chief Waddell for being available. We did it as late as we did. I think you had a meeting prior to that meeting, correct? So she had a meeting prior and a meeting after. And I didn't get off to 5:30, so we did 5:45 so she could have a small break before her meeting with us and so I could get a quick breather, but we made it happen and it was a successful meeting, so thank you all. Next up, we have facilities. I do not believe facilities has determined their chair just yet. Whoever would like to give that update, you have the floor.
Good evening again. Excuse me. We did meet as a committee. It was a good meeting. It was good for me because it was my first time actually meeting as a facilities committee and also with our new chief who is over facilities, Mr. Paul Corson. And so he had with him um, Mr. Bullocks, and so a superintendent attended as well. And so we just pretty much did introductions. We did talk about some goals for the committee. Um, we were kind of receiving an update of where we are. We received some news that I'm not sure is public, so I will send it out. And also, I think we're talking about doing or receiving two presentations for a facilities improvement plan. Yeah, master plan. In my former life, it was called a TAM plan. So I was trying to think of the right words. But yeah, so a facilities plan to really just get a handle on what it is that we need, where we are. Um, it was mentioned that the last time something like that was done was like 2016. And so we're still waiting as a committee to receive that email with that information so that we can actually have a kind of like a starting point to understand where we were in 2016, how far, we have come, and then our next steps. And so we had a good meeting. We will have a meeting before our next committee meeting as a board to actually determine a chair and everything. One of our committee members did need to leave early, and so we kind of, honored that. But we will have a meeting and have the information to you before the next meeting.
Thank you. And I believe your committee, if I remember correctly, is yourself, Secretary Triplett, and Trustee Bowen.
Yep, Vice President Bowen.
Thank you, Vice President Bowens. So regardless to who is picked, your chair will have double duty of chairing a committee. So just want the board to be aware that whichever person is selected will have two committees on their hands. So we want to keep that in mind. And did you have something else to add to her?
Yeah, I
update?
think it was a great committee meeting. As she said, I think the things that we presented when we presented to the committee, the things that we would do and how we would be moving forward, it was received, I think, in a manner in which it should have been received and in a very gracious way. The facilities director, And I must say this, the facilities director, I want to say, has done an absolutely amazing job. I've been here for years. I've been here in several roles. I've been here as a student. I remember when it was excellent, when the floors were, when the custodians competed for the neatest building, the cleanest building, the sharpest building, when they were honored for the work being done. I was also here, I also served here um, um, as a teacher for many, many years. And I saw the decline. And the last 4 years was horrific. I mean, literally horrific. Horrific. Our facilities, 4 or 5, horrific. And I don't, if anybody that's confused, it should be shame on you. Everything that we requested, everything that has been done, everything that when you walk in the building, it looks better. It smells better. It's, you know, when the pipes burst over the break and we came back in, there was loads of work that was done. But guess what? We came back in here without incident. Everybody was able to come back to school. And I just think that those types of things, I had a chance for 2 days this week to visit some of our schools. And just when I walked in, I just want to say that it really, really looks nice. Dr. Butts, to Mr. Bullock, and Mr. Corson is new to the team. And I hope that we continue in that fashion because the aesthetics are critical. And if it's nasty, if it looks horrible, people are not going to come. And that's very, very critical. So I'm excited about the work the Facilities Committee is going to do.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. So when you all meet and actually decide who your chair is and what your goals are, please just make sure that you pass them forward so I can know who to place on the agenda moving forward. And then Liz, I just thought about something. I know that we struggle sometimes with the timer, but I know that the city of Benton Harbor has a really big box that goes off loudly. So if we can maybe reach out to, I can't think of which person's position it is that does it, their clerk,
Yeah.
and see where they ordered that from. It's huge and it goes off and then everybody can see how much time you have. And then, yeah. Okay,
Madam President?
you have the floor.
Thank you. Okay, we're talking about things to add.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the chairs in here for the people who come out are very uncomfortable. And I'm wondering if that is something that can be, you know, if it's possible to provide some different chairs for folks. Uh, I know it may seem small, but you know, it's a huge deal for people
District
with
should
back
have some
problems.
orange chairs somewhere throughout here.
Something better than
Mostly.
these wooden, it's tough on folks.
This was the library.
The other thing is, ah.
Okay, so we're gonna stop the additional talking because Ms. Gavin has the floor. You may continue.
Is community involvement or a community survey in the facilities planning process. The discussion of that possibility. I know that in the past, we've had some folks who've been involved in our facilities who've had a conflict of interest. And so just like we have to sign a conflict of interest disclosure, I think it would be good for whoever's doing our facilities plan to also have to sign some type of conflict of interest disclosure. And then the actual cost for replacing the boiler system, I've yet to hear what that number is.
Thank you, Trustee Gavin.
And I can provide this typewritten as well.
Okay, can you send that to Secretary Triplett so we can make sure facilities gets it?
Thank
Okay. Was your hand raised for a
Yes.
comment?
I'd like to see innovative ways that we could use the facilities that we have. I'm glad they're clean, But I also would like to see how we can restructure our facilities to accommodate our students in a more progressive way. I was at a school in, I think it was Gary at the time, and they structured their like an open thing, so that the kids could get a chance at their lunchtime or whatever, get a chance to also meet and greet, if you want to say. But I know that there are programs that, there are ways you can structure a building, even Benton Harbor, so that the new progressive learning that they're going to have, the innovative ways that will accommodate that kind of learning, where it's not so much the old time where you sit at a desk, everything has to be like, like we did when we grew up in in elementary school. But I know that you can facilitate, and we can facilitate our buildings in such a way where there's more discussion between the kids, where there's where the teacher is more of a facilitator, and the kids are kind of taking the lead in their own learning. You know, I was at a MASB workshop, and I did have a presentation, of course, but we didn't do our presentations, where we saw buildings, and they weren't necessarily new buildings, but they were structured in such a way that the older kids could help the younger kids. The first graders could help the kindergartners, or the third graders could help the first graders, and everybody's learning, you know, in that way. So I would like to see us do something new and something innovative. We keep doing the same thing, we still get the same results.
All right, thank you, Trustee Raquette Martin. I appreciate everyone's comments today for the reports, the committee reports. So far, we still have to do policy. And before we begin with policy, I just want everyone to be mindful of the comments and the questions that they've made thus far, so that when we get down to the individual sections of the agenda that are relevant, we don't have a repeat of those same comments and concerns expressed unnecessarily. So we are going to pass the floor to our policy chair, Gavin, who is going to give us an update on policies committee meeting.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Um, So the policy committee, we had the pleasure of meeting twice, and that policy committee consists of myself, Secretary Triplett, and Trustee Rocket Martin. The second time that we met, Dr. Buss joined us. And our goals for the policy committee, in order to achieve the best outcomes for teaching and learning at Benton Harbor area schools, the policy committee will review board policies and bylaws and submit recommendations to the full body as needed. In order to achieve, the second one is in order to achieve, and also I sent this, I was hoping that these meeting notes would have been added in the agenda. I don't know if that's appropriate, but if so, I have no problem with that. And I also sent it out to the board electronically when I realized that you all don't have a copy. So my apologies. I'll make sure that I connect with Liz and we are on top of that. And the second goal is, in order to achieve the best outcomes for teaching and learning, the policy committee will partner with Neola when reviewing Neola policy recommendations, considering board bylaws and policy updates, reviewing administrative guidelines and procedures, and developing bylaws and policy recommendations, and making policy and bylaw recommendations to the board. So what we discussed in that meeting was the bylaw updates, and there were several recommendations that I made at that time, and we just kind of we debated a little bit and we went back and forth, and I realized it's going to take a little bit of time to get through those policies because people have opinions, and we have to respect those opinions.
Welcome to the board.
And but I am excited to share that we did agree on 2 recommendations. There was a third policy idea. I think we were rushed and we really didn't have time to go over that, and it's kind of dealing with what needs to happen before a CTE class is closed or a school is closed or anything like that. And so I did not submit that because it was rushed. And I did notice that one of the members had some questions. We didn't get a chance to talk. So we're going to discuss that in our next meeting. So one policy is to update the address, which is super important because we may not have been getting our mail, right? And the other policy change is, I think is also super important. It is making sure that the public has an opportunity to review the school board live if they're not able to make it out. And also giving the board an opportunity, giving the public an opportunity to request a calendar invite. Now, the policy committee did agree on us being live on the YouTube channel, including a Google Calendar invite to the board and community upon written request, and also including a robocall to parents and making a social media post so that everyone knows that we are having board meetings and can participate. The one issue though is this is supposed to be the first reading of that, but I noticed that that extra information is not in the policy reading. So I don't think that that is ready for us to read and move forward on it because it doesn't have the information that we recommended. I'll take responsibility for that and I will get with Liz just to double check the resolution and make sure that it's ready for the next meeting.
So thank you for your reports thus far. We do 2 readings. We do the first reading and we do the second reading. So if the bylaw regarding regular meetings is not yet ready, then we would do the first reading of that bylaw when you all get those updates. But we can initiate the first reading of the address so we can move expeditiously on getting that done.
Absolutely. And the other thing before we do that, just one more update. I'm super excited that Liz was open to a policy review tracking sheet. And so now all of the new policies that we are going to consider will be on a document. We can find out what the deadline is for those policy readings, and we can track our progress as we are changing the policies for the district. So I was really excited that she was willing to, work with that on me, and she did an amazing job of updating that tracking sheet just, like within a very short period of time. So that sheet is also available to you all, so you can see all of the policies that we need to make sure that we get updated. And so if we could do the address bylaw change.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Trustee Gavin?
It was a great meeting. And I want to learn how to do like she does in the meeting. She's very technically savvy. So she sent me a template and she was going as we got through with our meeting. Everything was ready to be sent out to our president. So I enjoyed our meeting. I don't know what we need to do. As far as changing this address on our website, I think we need to, I don't know what Robert's Rules of Order calls for, but that needs to happen like immediately.
Well, I think it's up to date on the website. It's just the policy itself had the old administration building on it.
So we would have to vote to change the address?
You do 2 policy readings.
Can we, Madam President,
You have the floor.
can I make a motion from the floor to do that?
So we technically are at the first reading of the policy, and then we would need even though it's only a sentence, we would technically need a second policy reading. But if you all are making a motion that we disregard that particular expectation and proceed with amending this bylaw, I'm not opposed to that because it's so simple and it's kind of standard.
Okay, and then I have another question.
Yes.
For Mrs. Gavin. So I guess it's a comment. I think it's great that you guys are working on this. And one of my personal goals as a board member was to learn more about the policies I think the most frustrating part for me, because I do like to be in compliance, I'm a rule follower. And so I really struggle with kind of the application versus the policy. And so as we are continuing to grow as board members, um, I think as we interact with our admin, we have to make sure that our admin is aware that these policies are not binders on the shelf or online, but they're actually the, what can I say, the framework or the map on how to actually get things done. And so I think tonight we saw a perfect example of that because there is a policy, the forms are in the Neola policies. And so I think just being consistent and using this language. And, those are hard decisions that you have to make when you're looking at children. I have the love for the children. However, we have to teach people how to interact with us, right? And so I think it's great that you guys are spending the time to actually do the work. Um, Over my last 2 years, I was very uncomfortable constantly approving policies that we don't ever look at or talk about until it's time to approve them again. So I'm grateful for you guys in this committee.
Thank you so much. And I also want to encourage the rest of the board to look at those policy ideas. And if you are interested in making those adjustments, I would like to discuss your ideas and concerns in the committee as well.
All right, thank you. And so I actually just thought about the fact that Trustee Gavin actually presented this as one of the policy updates to us last month. We all were in agreement that we wanted to make the update. So we could technically consider that to be the first reading and this the second. So at this particular time, I'm asking if there's a motion to amend the agenda to allow for a vote to change bylaw 0115 and then remove the bylaw update for 0165.1.
So moved.
Is there support?
I support.
The motion has been made by by Treasurer Creighton and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
No, yes, yes, sorry.
okay. Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carried.
Okay, and so at this particular time, we're at a motion to, we're passing a vote to update our policy manual bylaw 0115 regarding the address. The official address of the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education shall be 870 Colfax Avenue, Benton Harbor, Michigan 49002. Is there a motion to approve the update as reflected for bylaw 0115?
So moved.
Support.
The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Treasurer Creighton. Any questions, comments, and concerns? I would just like to say good catch, Ms. Gavin.
Thank you.
Secretary Triplett, can you please call the roll?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, awesome. Thank you all so much. Next, we are at the superintendent updates. Before we proceed though, there was something that we mentioned in our pre-meeting that we forgot about once we got to our curriculum committee meeting. And I believe that we wanted to discuss our progress goals as a district in curriculum.
We did.
But we never
Okay.
actually got to that discussion in
We
our
did not.
curriculum meeting.
So we would have to do, like I said, that's why when I put it in the minutes, that we just had the discussion.
So my question is, do we want to continue with the 98B goal progress report and the NWEA projection data on this agenda, or move it to curriculum for this month and present it?
I think we should move to curriculum.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Madam President. The 98 progress report has to be presented today in order for us to maintain the funding. The rest of it, we can move off. It's up to you.
Okay, so then my question to you, Ms. Waddell, that doesn't require a vote, it just has to be provided to
That's all
us?
I have to do is present the information to you.
Okay, so then is there a motion to remove the MOY NWEA projection data from the agenda to allow curriculum to go over that information?
So moved.
The motion has been made by Treasurer Creighton and supported by Trustee Triplett. Any questions, comments, concerns? Secretary Triplett, can you call the vote for that amendment?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, so we're going to proceed allowing Dr. Buss to present an update on the partnership agreement to the board.
Thank you, Madam President. Our next meeting for the partnership agreement is on the 23rd of this month. That meeting is for us to present to the committee our homework assignments that we had, which were to complete our district-wide school improvement plan and to get our other data in order. Also to update on the state website, the MyKIP, which is the district-wide school improvement plan, which we've successfully done, which leads me into the strategic plan update. If you look at in your documents, you should have the strategic plan update. With that, we have the key performance indicators and the metrics that you've been asking for, that the board has been requesting. There have been metrics put to each of the areas for measurement as we move forward with our strategic plan, which was part of the partnership agreement. So with that being said, that part has been done. So that
So-
kind of,
What I'm hearing you saying is that the partnership agreement required these metrics that you were already working on.
yes,
Okay.
yes, and they've been completed. So after our next partnership meeting, I'll be able to give an update to the board. Also, we put together a video to go along with the virtual town hall. We're in the process now of allowing MDE to review it. The board will also have a chance to review it before we do a live virtual town hall of the video that's been created. So I'll be sending that out as soon as the edits are complete.
The video that you're mentioning, as far as the board being provided that update, is that something we're going to be given in a board meeting, or are you planning to send that out via electronic?
Electronic prior to the board meeting.
Is that something that would potentially be able to be shared with curriculum committee? Is it too long for our meeting?
No, ma'am, it's 16 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Dr. Butts at this particular time?
I do have a question.
You have the floor.
So is it possible that a representative from our board can actually be on this committee?
Yes, ma'am, the president is the member that's on this committee.
Can we have another rep from the board?
I can ask the state, I'm certain.
President Robinson,
Yes,
I would
ma'am.
like to make a formal request that we have 2 members at least from the Board of Education on this. I think it's important that we receive some full transparency. I'm not sure that we need permission from the state. And so I'm not sure if that would take or need a board motion or what would be needed. But I think it's a lot of information in really small print. And, you know, we've gone through this before. And so just for full transparency, I think it'll be important that we can have representatives from the board and, you know, one person is not put in a situation to be responsible for everything, but we can have another person that can serve as a rep or a person that we can appoint as our rep if it's not a board member to be able to bring information back to us.
I think Secretary Triplett as chair of curriculum would be a great second alternative, but we can definitely do that. That's not a problem with me at all. Any other questions?
I have a question.
You have the floor.
Why not 3? I think this is important enough that 3 board members are present. I personally have experience with analyzing partnership agreements. I've seen that process, and I would love to participate, and I have the time to participate in that committee.
When is our next curriculum committee meeting, Ms. Waddell?
We have Tuesday, the 28th coming up, and then the one after that is March 28th.
Okay, so I'll follow up with Dr. Butts about that, and maybe we can do a mini meeting as a curriculum committee to discuss. I know that we asked about an update in our curriculum meeting, but Dr. Butts was not able to attend. So we can maybe do a follow-up with Dr. Butts, just us, on that particular topic, because we'll be the go-to as a committee for the partnership agreement.
I do have questions about the.
You have the floor.
Thank you. So the district-wide school improvement plan, is that something that can be linked or shared with the group, with us? And the other question is in regards to the partnership agreement. I know that the state provided a template of, for us to complete. What is the status of that template? Where are we on that template?
So the second part of your question, we are almost complete with that template. That's what the 23rd meeting is about, is completing the template and making sure that we have all the information that we need and or answer questions that we have concerns with. The first part of your question, that with the strategic plan update, it is a state document. We're in the process of updating it. It was not updated as of today. However, we've just regained access. Some of our key stakeholders that were in charge of doing the update and uploading it to the state website had lost access. We just gained that back as of this morning. So we're in the process now of updating the district-wide school improvement plan, or MyKIP, on the state website. And I'm sorry, I can make sure that you all are provided with a electronic copy once we're done.
Thank you. May I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't clear. When you said the partnership agreement template,
Yes.
is this a document that's going to go through the board first and then share it with them? Or is this a document that the committee completed? Like, I'm not clear on like how this template is being submitted. Is it done?
It's not done. So what I can do is I can make sure that once we work on it on every step of the way, that I'll provide an update to the board.
Thank you.
All right, and then I know that you went over briefly the strategic plan with us, but is there a way that we can get a document that maybe has larger font?
Yes, ma'am.
I know it's gonna extend the pages out quite a bit, but it's so small,
That's
especially if
fine.
you're looking at it electronically.
That's fine. Yes, ma'am. I can make sure.
Secretary Triplett.
I'm just concerned, it kind of puzzles me with everybody they're concerned for the use of paper, in the district, and we have millions of dollars that have been pulled down. We don't have papers in our classrooms or anything. I'm in a place now where paper, everything is everywhere. People to use and do projects and all this, so I don't know who is stuck on this paper piece for the number of copies that would come from education. But I thought the tail end of it, been studying, and I would like to meet with you, Dr. Buck, because I don't want to, before I bring this out to the public, as it relates to the district improvement plan and the various school improvement plans. I have been monitoring and watching them for some time. And I think that before this goes anywhere out of this district, even if it just with the curriculum committee, because it is, yes. So we need, I don't know if the board has been watching it, but the district improvement plan, everything else falls up under the district improvement plan. When we take this out and we present this to them, because this is a critical piece, this has to be together. It has to be top of the line, and it has to be everybody. It can't be people, because pieces were thrown into that district plan that this district never did. So we definitely, and I'm glad that you brought that up, Trustee Gabbard. When this stuff goes out, I think that we should see what we're defending and what we, it's more or less inspecting what you expect. So I would like to, as a committee, as a curriculum committee, if we can meet and have this discussion with you and then present to the board, if that's at all possible. Thank you so very much.
All right, next we have superintendent goals.
Yes, ma'am, Madam President. My three professional goals for this year is to have a system devised and implemented for the business office by April 30th, 2023, which will ensure proper communication, management, and protocols are established for the incoming CFO when we can recruit one. Number two is to have RFPs out and awaiting bids for prospective organizations to implement a master's facility plan that will be vetted by the facilities committee and presented to the Board of Education for approval on or before May 31st of this year, so that we can have a comprehensive plan and that it will cover all the areas and all the concerns that the board members have. And number three, to decrease our relative employee turnover rate by 3% over the next 2 years with the implementation of a recruitment retention plan, which is already done. Educate all employees on the role of Benton Harbor Human Resources Department through quarterly meetings. By doing this, we can use percent employee attendance at these meetings and percent feedback. It says have positive feedback on surveys, but any feedback on the surveys, which will inform our performance in this area, and show results from peer-to-peer initiatives that Ms. Gale will give a presentation on later on that are indicative of increasing employee satisfaction and engagement as measured by the Culture and Climate Survey. HumanX will provide quarterly updates on the survey results to inform our performance data in this area.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Buzz. Any questions or comments?
I do have,
You have the floor.
I just wonder, are these goals directly linked to the evaluation tool? I think-
Yes,
Okay.
yes, but these were part of the ones that were needed to have a closer look at.
Okay. And then, are we allowed to give any input, or suggestions?
Yep, so I was actually going to, one of the things that we did previously with the former superintendent is that at least once a quarter, the board was able to have a one-on-one with the superintendent directly. And I thought that the individual goals section would be a good topic for you all to give him input on that in that particular meeting. I know that we are able to touch base in our committees, but it's also good being that he has 7 employers to have that one-on-one time with the employers as well. So if you wanted to utilize your one-on-one to kind of go over the goals. Okay. In Secretary Triplett?
When I look at the goals, I know we have a lot of things that we're doing, but the area that we're really being evaluated on, the area that we're failing at, and we're not doing a good job is curriculum. It's not, it's instruction, it's our scores and those types of things. And for me to not see anything as it relates to instruction in the superintendent's goal is something that I would like to meet with you. I think that, we put a lot of things out there and we got a lot of emphasis, but the reason that the state is in here is that we have failing schools according to the state guidelines. And that's why everything is affected because we have failing schools on record. So I would really like to see before this go forward. I just don't see how that would not be like the number one measurable, something that we will be looking at all the time. All the rest of the stuff, it is very important. But as Treasurer Creighton said, for 2 years I've sat. And in some instances, dumbing myself down because of what people expect or thought how a board member should be, but I know why I ran. And I know why people support it. And I want to be able to say, when we get ready to leave this table, what did you do? How did you help? So this is something I would like for you to look at that and see if there should be something that we got to start focusing the majority of our work on instruction and school improvement in the areas of academic. Thank you.
Madam President,
You have
I'm
the
sorry if
floor.
I just may say one thing, and thank you so much, Secretary Triplett. In order to get to those, that was one of the things how I was going to approach it, but I'll be glad, more than happy to update those when we speak on our one-on-ones. And thank you so much for your input.
Thank you.
All right, and so I'm wondering if there is any opposition to us taking a brief recess, if even 5 minutes? Okay, so we are going, I always say 5 minutes and you all take longer. So I'm gonna say that we're gonna take a brief recess and return to our meeting at 8 p.m. The rest of the topics on here should not be as intensive, but we are gonna go for recess at 8:06 p.m. Thank you, Dr. Butts, for providing your updates to us. We're gonna proceed with teaching and learning. Yes,
It'll be quick.
you have the floor.
Okay. Yep. I definitely concur with Secretary Triplett. That was the first thing that I noticed. Teaching and learning, academic achievement. That's why we're here. And then the other thing, something that's very important to parents is safety. So if there's some goal that deals with a safe and healthy learning environment, I think that that's huge considering what our students and staff have been dealing with. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gavin. And as stated, each of you will have an opportunity to touch base with Dr. Butts. I'm asking that you do that prior to the March board meeting, so you do have a full month of time to get those one-on-ones in. Normally, I think this is your first time that you've done an official one-on-one with the board members, but normally they're a period of an hour. And they're to give you an opportunity to get that full feedback from each board member, their individual perspective, some of the things that we may not have an opportunity to share with you at the board table. Next, we have Ms. Baptiste Waddell, our Chief Academic Officer, and she is going to be presenting teaching and learning. Next up on the agenda is the Benton Harbor High School After School Clubs. And there is information in your agenda as she goes over that. Ms. Waddell, before you get started, one of the things the questions that I had, and you may be able to speak to it as you present, is I noticed that the dates are coming up fairly soon in the start date, and some of the positions do not have an assigned staff lead. And so just if you could kind of give us an update on whether the club is going to continue or start without a lead, or if it would be delayed due to lack of lead. But you have the floor to present.
Thank you, Madam President. And before I begin, I just need to clarify the expectation for me for curriculum subcommittee meetings, because I know that these items that are presented on the agenda were not talked about last night. So I really wanted to just clarify the items that are on the agenda for the board meetings. Are you expected to talk about those during our curriculum subcommittee meetings as well? Because for example, the 28th is coming up. We will have 2 to 3 weeks out before the next board meeting. There might be an item that needs to go on the board doc. So I just need some clarity on what that expectation is.
So all of the things that you have prior to the meeting, prior to the curriculum meeting that you know are going to come before the board for a vote, you do want to bring to curriculum. If there are any other updates that occur, you can just send us a heads up about that, because it is sometimes a difference in the turnaround time.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then with the curriculum subcommittee creating their own agenda, so then is that like an other space for me? Like, how does that go on the agenda?
No, so what you'll do, and I kind of talked about it in the curriculum meeting as well, is the same way that Dr. Buss presents the information that the district is presenting to the Board of Education. He does that initially to me. Then I review the agenda and give him anything additional that the board needs to add that may have been overlooked, or if it's something that I think needs to be updated or maybe clarified or taken off or, moved to another month. But we work collaboratively with the agenda. So you're gonna have your standard agenda of items that you present to the board. You're also going to take the items that each of the board members give during the committee updates that they would like the committee to discuss. And then if for some reason there's something additional that takes place between your meeting mid-month and the meeting we have at the end of the month, then the board curriculum committee would send that to you and ask if you can just add that.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, for our first item, we have our Benton Harbor High School after-school clubs. These clubs were created by the high school principal. So to answer question as to who the staff leads will be, that would be at the discretion of the high school principal. I do not know how close he is in securing staff leads. I do know though, however, if we do not have a staff lead, then that club is not necessarily going to be functioning until we have a staff lead. So all the openings, he currently is still trying to secure them. I know that it went out in his staff bulletin this week, looking for staff leads. But again, that is at the discretion of the building principal. Would you like for me to go over each different club, or would you like for me just to move forward and read the staff report?
So we have the clubs before us. I'll give you an opportunity if anyone has any questions regarding any of the clubs that are noted. Trustee Gavin?
I'm so excited about these clubs. Thank you for doing this. I did notice that there's an opening for the debate club. And a couple years ago, I don't even know if this opportunity is still here, but Attorney Elizabeth McCree, she partnered with a teacher, Miss Marilyn Ross Golden, and she used to offer a mock trial debate course for our students, and they would literally, train and then go to the courthouse and try a case before a real judge. It was super amazing, and she didn't even charge anything for that. So I don't know if she's available, but I just think it would be a great opportunity if she is, for her to fill that debate club piece.
Thank you.
Madam President,
You have the floor.
is it appropriate to make the motion and then do the discussion, or is it okay for us to discuss right now?
You can go ahead if you have, because normally she would have presented all of this to us and then we would have an opportunity to ask questions. So even though she's not presenting it, I'm giving you an opportunity to ask the
Gotcha.
question.
Okay, so I guess I'm trying to make the connection between, I don't have a problem with the clubs. I'm just trying to make it make sense. Like, so what is the goal here? Is this like an after school program? I guess I'm not really understanding when we say a club and then we see the dollar amount, we see the weeks. Like, what is the goal? Is there a strategic plan goal? Like I said, is this extended day? Like, what is it?
Thank you for your question. It is after-school programming, and the intent is to give our students opportunities to explore outside of just the traditional educational day. And so I know the idea first was presented to me by Dr. Burnick. He wanted to start clubs last semester. And then it came to me again, especially when we had Title I dollars allocated the way that we did, that our buildings had opportunities to be creative and do things that are outside of the box. So that's why you have a couple of our elementary buildings having an extended school day. And then at the high school, they decided to use their funding to extend the day, but to give students opportunities to explore just everything outside of just the traditional day. And so it started with 4. The sheet grew over the last 2 to 3 weeks because people started coming up with lots of different ideas they could do for students after school. And again, the ones that are still open, those might have been developed by the administrative team. And I know that some of the teachers had ideas as well and wanted to do some of those clubs that you see as listed. So the intent is just to give our students as much opportunity to be exploratory as possible.
Okay, and then a follow-up.
You have the
So when
floor.
it says staff lead, are these teachers? Are they, how are we determining who?
So again, it's at the discretion of the building principal, but yes, currently they are certified teachers at the high school, internal to
Gotcha.
the high school.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And then as far as the next steps, if we don't secure staff leads, I'll collaborate with HR on what to do next.
And then my question that I have, in the event that there is not, like, are we setting a standard of how many students? I know we want to impact up to 20 students, but do we have a certain standard of a minimum number? If we don't have a certain number of students expecting or expressing interest, are we going to discontinue the club temporarily, or how are we going to do that?
Yeah, that wasn't the plan right now. I think our expectation is that will get students. So that isn't the plan, but we can always, pause and adjust according to what the data speaks to us. But right now, the plan was that we would get up to that many students. So we're having high expectations with that.
All right, thank you. You can go ahead and proceed.
Okay, I'll read the staff report now. Subject, creation of new after-school clubs for Benton Harbor High School. Today's date is February 14, 2023. Reason for consideration, the board must approve all extracurricular clubs in the district. Facts and analysis, Benton Harbor High School staff will provide opportunities for our students to enjoy an expansion of traditional learning opportunities that will improve their overall educational experience and allow for an enhancement of the home-school connection. In addition, it may also address community concerns regarding limited after-school activities for high school youth. Funding for these clubs will come from the Benton Harbor High School's Title I funding source. Policy reference is 2430, district-sponsored clubs and activities. Strategic plan, goal reference. The mission of the Benton Harbor area schools is to educate, guide, and inspire students by developing their skills and knowledge to be globally competitive. This involves offering a variety of options for learning and community opportunities. Recommended action is that Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education approves the addition of the after-school clubs as presented for Benton Harbor High School.
Is there a motion to approve staff report T2?
Moved.
I can take you as the support.
Okay, that'll be fine.
The motion has been made by Treasurer Creighton and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Any additional questions, comments, or concerns?
Is this staff report T1 or T2?
This is T2.
It should be, so was T1 removed? Because on the
Oh,
agenda.
on
it
the
shows
agenda is
two.
T1. On the paper, it says T2. So it should be T1.
I have I guess a suggestion.
You have the floor.
So I'm really excited about the clubs and that the work is being done and students will have an opportunity. And from a policy, governance, oversight, and accountability standpoint, I definitely think when these kinds of things are brought to the table, they definitely need to go through the proper chain of command, which is the committee that it is attached to, and then presented. It seems like everything that is being done is always in the 11th hour, and we don't have time to really know and get our questions answered. There also seems to be some tension because I'm not sure if things are being followed and going through the proper chain of command. If the principal has something that he's doing, it sounds like he should be selling this to our chief academic officer or whomever the appropriate person is, and then they need to sell it to the board. And so I just kind of wanted to throw that out there that it seems to be an elephant in the room around some of these things. And so again, as we unpack our agenda and we get to board business, it's kind of helping to support some of the concerns that I do have.
Secretary Triplett.
I just, I too am excited about just even seeing clubs. When our kids get ready to, our kids compete in Blossom Time or compete in Miss Benton Harbor and those types of things, and you talk to the other students from all over, they have clubs at their school, all types of clubs. I shared with Principal Roseburg uh, a year ago, the traditional clubs from Benton Harbor High School, thespians, all of the clubs, and put in with the descriptors and what have you. These were passed from principal to principal. The thespians, the varsity club, all of these different clubs. And I just sent that to you guys so you all can see the different clubs and activities. But our kids from Benton Harbor High School had no clubs to even put down. Right now, our kids are getting ready to compete at the Blossom Time level. And just so happened, our queen is from Benton Harbor High School. She has nothing from Benton Harbor High School that she can put down as a club or an activity. And so this is very, very concerning to me. So I am glad to see this. You know, like with the payment and what have you, you know, like Treasurer Creighton said, if this is something that should come before the board, then this should have been presented to the curriculum committee so we could have these types of conversations. And so as we start putting protocols into place, and I think this is the board that's going to be able to do that. Because people, it doesn't matter to me how people feel. But once we establish it, that's why our policies are important, so it takes the individual person out. And people it won't be attitudes with individuals, or it won't be any disrespect or that kind of thing, because we do have policies that we're following. You know, we look at this $37 an hour, $47 an hour through our title funds. How many hours are they going to put in? How many times will they meet with these clubs? You know, these are questions that we would have asked prior to coming to this table and us being able to have these kind of conversations. There is a Benton Harbor way, and along the line, somewhere along the line, where we've had all of these different people who don't know what they need to know as it relates to Benton Harbor. We have tradition. This school will be 150 years old coming up very soon. 150 years old. So all these different administrations and different things are coming and watering down our traditions to almost nothing. And so again, I'm glad to see these clubs. We need these clubs. These are very, very important clubs. But in order, one of the first things in leadership is when you come into a place, you need to do your research. And it's imperative that you do your homework before you come before the people. And if you take care and you do your homework, you won't have these types of situations coming before you. I know I'm the only one that y'all check the time on, but I'm gonna give y'all
Can I say?
No.
one more round.
Not
Y'all don't say
quite.
nothing
We
to
were
her.
checking the
Can I
time
say
on Rocket
something?
Martin as well.
You don't say nothing to Angel.
I
Your
I
sorrow.
too am glad to, oh, you through?
You have the floor.
Okay. I'm glad to see that you're having clubs. I can remember growing up with clubs in my high school. And those clubs, they also further the academic needs of our students. You know, you can learn certain things outside of classroom, the verbal skills, the debate club. You know, if you've seen that movie, The Great Debaters, not just that they did in the courtroom, but they would debate other schools and other schools that have those clubs. We can mix and mingle and give our kids opportunity to use those verbal skills and that thinking, that deep thinking that they need to be using. And so I am glad to see that we are taking this, you know, to the club, because I always thought that that was something that Benton Harbor kind of like. I know they had the Key Club and the Varsity Club, but some academic clubs, like we did the Chess Club. We had the Future Teachers of America, the Future Scientists of America, Future Agricultural Things of America, things that will expose our kids to other areas of culture and global learning. And I know I use that word, but we don't live in a box. We live in a global world. So yeah, I'm for this totally. And unfortunately, we didn't follow the protocols. But if we could take a look, take a step back and see how this affects our students and start putting them first, then, you know, we'll take care of the protocols. I'm not saying we don't follow them, but at this time, if this is something we need to vote on, I would like to go ahead and vote and get it done, because it will directly impact our students and their learning at this time. especially when we want our test scores to go up.
Secretary Triplett, please call the
Madam
vote.
President,
You have the floor, trustee
thank
Gavin.
you so much. I am super grateful again for the clubs. I'm super grateful for Chief Waddell and everyone who worked together to make this happen. This really just demonstrates improving our offerings as a district. And so I'm really excited about it. I'm not so much concerned about it not coming to the curriculum committee this time because we were figuring out how we were going to organize ourselves, who was going to be, who was going to run that particular meeting and things of that nature. And so I can understand how there can be, some confusion as to, what was going to go on that agenda. I've known Chief Waddell to be for protocols. And so I believe that moving forward, whatever we ask, if we're clear about that and it's fair, it will happen. And so I'm super excited about voting on this. And I'm just grateful to the teachers who are going to stay after school and work with our kids in this way. So I'm ready to vote.
Thank you. Secretary Triplett, please call the vote for staff report T1.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes, motion carries.
Next, we have the 98B Goal Progress Report. Chief Batis Waddell.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to do my best to just work through this document. I know it's a lot of writing, but again, let me clarify that this is our Section 98 Goal Progress Report. In order for us to receive funding, partial funding, not full funding, for our NWEA testing, there are requirements that we are to report to the state, our different progress over the year. And so the first page, Table A, highlights the goals that were established back in September of 2022. The middle of the year reading goal is that we will increase, and this is just kindergarten through 8th grade. So kindergarten through 8th grade, middle of the year reading goal is that we will decrease our significantly behind students that are showing up on NWEA by 5%. And then our end of the year reading goal will be, we will decrease the significantly behind cohort by 10%. Middle of the year mathematics goal, very similar. We will decrease the significantly behind cohort of students by 5%. And the end of the year mathematics goal will be, we will decrease the significantly behind cohort of students by 10%. On the second page, you have highlighted the results of the fall NWEA assessment. What you will find is the data from all students and then broken up into the different groups of students that we serve or do not serve, depending on the number. But the number that's outside of the parentheses is the actual RIT score that came up on NWEA. And then the number in parentheses is the amount of total students that were tested. For the fall at this time, K-8, there were a total enrolled amount of students of 852, just so that you have that information. 852 was our total enrollment, K-8 at the time they took this assessment. So as you scroll through, you have the different RIT levels, and at the time of questions, if anybody's interested in what that exact grade level equates to, I have this chart here, I can explain that. But again, you have your reading data listed, and then you have your math data listed under Table C. And then moving on again to Table B. I apologize, Table B. I just went over Table B. Then moving on again to Table C. Again, similar data that was used was NWEA fall data for reading and mathematics. Again, you have your RIT score. And then you have the number of students that are in parentheses, number that's tested. Table D is the indication of how many students assessed face-to-face and how many students were virtual. And then table E indicates the amount of students that are significantly behind grade level. So this has to be reported to you, and then the next report will come later in the spring, and it'll highlight the growth over time from beginning of the year to end of the year. And I think that was one of the first reports actually reported on last year, but yeah, this is that same progress report. What questions do you have?
So I'm looking here at the all students, the reporting category, and look where all students. And like say, for instance, it might say, reading in the fall, all students 170 in reading, or 842 students in reading were tested, and then 826 students. So what is the difference that those students did not complete the test? So 842 completed the test in reading, but the same 842 did not complete the test in mathematics.
So they were tested at different times within the window. So yes, those could be completely different students. It's all about attendance and who was present during the time that they assessed reading. And then again, after reading, we then move into math. So it's a whole nother week, a whole nother day.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that, but I'm just saying, so if we have 800, how many K through 8 students do we have?
852.
852. So all 852%, all 852, looking at this data, they were not tested.
Correct.
I know there's a window for reading, and there's a window for mathematics. There's also, do they still have
Yep.
that window for makeup?
Yes, that is correct.
And so we have a group of students for some unknown reason that did not get tested. And so we look at this data, if we have, you said
52.
852, so 10 students didn't get tested in reading.
Correct.
Of all of those students. That's a nice percentage of our students. So 90-something% of our students were tested.
Correct.
Okay. And then in mathematics, you have probably 20
26.
kids.
26%.
So those kids, the principals did not go out, pull, recruit.
Yes,
Do
those.
you have reasons why they did not test?
So yeah, they were absent. And so this test, the beginning of the year, was actually given October. It was the same week as count. And so after the count day, the first one, then students that were chronically absent, they end up getting dropped over time. So these 10 students you see for reading and these 26 for math, there's a pocket in there of students that were just chronically absent students. They just weren't showing up. Parents were being called. We have administrative teams at every building that are doing attendance. They weren't present. We asked our principals to provide rationales behind why their completion rates are the way that they are. And a lot of it is absences, and they do different things. We have a whole matrix of things that they are required to do for attendance, but people are absent.
Yeah, I know. And one of the reasons that we really got red flagged from the state in the area for juniors, where we only had 63% of our students that tested one particular year. And it was a major red flag, and that's when they came in and decided to try the takeover. But there's a requirement that 97% of your students must take the test, and I passed it. There used to be a requirement that you have to have 97% of your students that take this test without you being flagged.
Right.
And so that same criteria, their criteria, and then you had to report when the state came in, you had to report why these kids, Ronaldo Triplet was sick, Ronaldo Triplet was absent, and what you did to get Ronaldo Triplet to be tested. So that if I look at this data and we pull that data, we would be able to get that.
Correct.
You guys would have that.
And the thing that we're practicing right now, we're practicing that same expectation with all of our testing. I provide with my team reports on completion rates. And our goal is 95% completion rate with Ames Web, NWEA, IMS, all tests. Whenever we have these standardized tests or benchmark assessments, we are giving tables and data to principals frequently within the window because we are striving to meet that state goal just on our internal testing. And so, yes, we are very aware of that and we are tracking that. And like I said, we have asked and requested from principals their rationale as to why they're not meeting those completion rates. And a majority of the time, it's students that have just been chronically absent.
I guess I asked this question too, because we have hired several TIs. There's several people that are working in these schools there. I don't know the names that they call, all the names were changed, but we have a lot of people that work in these schools. And so I guess for us to get our money's worth, some of these positions these people were hired because they were from the community, in the community, and able to reach and touch these people. So I just don't want to have any surprises whenever I look at this data. I'm going to always look at the variation. Why 826 took the reading test, but the same 826 did not take the math. So they had to be present for reading. So absenteeism couldn't have been just a chronic thing because they were there to take that reading test. And so if they took the reading test, why did they not take the math test? That would be a concern, just a person that's just looking at the data. You understand where
I
would have
do,
that
I do.
concern.
And that's why I tried to be specific and say, out of those two, there's a small chunk out of that
Yeah.
that are chronically absent,
Okay.
like that didn't take either one. I don't have it broken down to that level.
Right.
That is something, if you want, I can provide. But yes, definitely understand what you're saying.
All right, thank you so much, Chief Batiste Waddell, for your presentation this evening. I look forward to meeting with you in our curriculum meeting this month. Next up, we have Chief Corson providing a facilities update and then the athletic board updates.
Can't hear you.
Thank you, Board of Education. Tonight, we're going to be talking about the facilities update and the athletic update. I was very excited to be able to share with you the PBIS update, but Dr. Chris Bernick is down with the flu, so I thank you for allowing us to table that conversation until our next meeting. I did want to, before we get into my update, I did want to just acknowledge Trustee Gavin's comment about the safety of our schools and just the importance that we have to providing a safe learning environment to our students and giving that assurance to our parents as well. As many of you are all aware that we did have a swatting incident last week, and it is front and center of our minds as how we proceed. We have put in place a process that we are working to just review that situation as well as several others, and we are coming up with ways to continuously improve our safety of our schools. So part of that is addressed in the PBIS framework that we can talk about. Some of it also is within a whole child framework that incorporates different ways of looking at safety. And we look forward to being able to work collaboratively to show you and as well as the community that in the future. Getting into the facility update, you will see that there were damages to the roof in the portables at Fairplain Middle School. So we are working to address that. On a positive note, we were able to install a sound system within a Discovery Enrichment Center, and our goal is to be able to update those systems across the district to help the facilities and the buildings be able to provide their own activities within their own building instead of having to always travel to the high school to receive, go to the PAC or anything like that. The last picture you're going to see there is a picture of the water main at the Skills Center that has been repaired. And so That was a large undertaking to try to make sure that we were able to address that. And I, again, want to say thank you to Dr. Bullocks for his contribution to making sure that that get resolved quickly. We do have an air quality program put through the MDHHS that we submitted a grant for, and not only did we receive them, but we are actually starting to have some of those delivered. So that has been a collaboration through our facilities director and our central nurse. And so that has been a good collaboration. And so we will be having air filtration come to the district for each of the buildings, and should help with the air quality that we have inside of each of our classrooms. We are working on getting some rebates for all of the tune-ups that we have for our boiler systems, as well as it was brought up in the facilities committee that several board members would like to have tours. So we will be scheduling times for you to be able to receive tours of our facilities in the upcoming weeks.
Thank you so much. If there's no questions, you can proceed to the athletic board updates.
Athletic updates are that our Lady Tigers are doing very well in their girls basketball season. I do not have a score update for them right now, but they are over at Kalamazoo Central for a game this evening. The district competition starts on February 27th. The middle school girls basketball is starting to get stronger as they compete, and their next competition is on the 15th, and they are going to be home on the 21st. Boys basketball currently is a 13-3 season, and we are currently undefeated in conference plays. We do have the game this evening about Kalamazoo Central, and my last update was that we are down several points with 3 minutes to go, so there is still a possibility that we can squeeze that one out, but best of luck to our boys basketball team. The wrestling team had a conference meet, and we want to make note of this because this is a significant achievement that we had 2 of our Tigers place. And this is something that has not happened for our high school team for quite some time. And so I do want to take a special moment to congratulate Lonnie Walker, who placed 4th at 150, and Demarion Austin, who placed 3rd at 215. Very good accomplishment to those individuals. They do have a competition coming up, and the other attachment to our board document is the upcoming schedule for the remainder of February. So I will allow you all to reference that instead of me reading off all of the dates.
Thank you so much, Chief Corson, for your updates.
President Robinson,
You have the floor.
apologize, I didn't get to ask during the facilities update, and I'm not sure if this question is for Mr. Corson or for the board to help me out. In regards to the report that we're receiving, for me personally, what would be very helpful is if I knew how many facility help desk tickets were going in and what percentage of those help desk tickets are being, addressed or outstanding, if that makes sense. I would love to know that in the report. For example, if the doors in the bathroom aren't working and there was a help desk ticket on that, if that's outstanding. You don't have to be very specific about every single one, but there were 20 requests this week. We've satisfied 18 of those requests, just for checks and balances. Is that possible to be added to that facilities update, or what process do we need to go through in order to make sure that that's happening?
So we use a system called School Dude. You still utilizing School Dude?
Yep.
So he can pull that data
Yep.
easily.
So
Go
what,
ahead.
what we'll do is we'll work with our facilities director to just, it's part of our metrics that we're already going to be pulling. So we will make sure that we provide that to the facilities committee and then also make sure that we bring some of that information to the board.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Corson. Chief Corson, next we have Ms. Gail, Chief Gail with Human Resources. She has the Benton Harbor Area Schools Recruitment Retention Plan.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you. So here we have the recruitment and retention plan that we have developed and articulates our recruitment and retention strategy. And the plan focuses on 3 areas. It focuses on recruitment, on hiring and selection of candidates, and on retention. Now, as Liz, if you could just scroll down because it's just the top line. I meant scroll up so the top line can be seen. Yeah, thank you. So we have, as far as recruitment goes, there are 3 recommendations, and I would just like to go through them. And then the detail, I'm happy to answer questions, but the detail is there for you to peruse as you wish. The first recommendation, as far as recruitment goes, focuses on establishing a continuous recruitment cycle. There are several action steps or strategies under that, but that is the basic recommendation. And then if you go down to the recommendation number 2, it focuses on developing deeper ties to HBCUs and other diverse networks in order to recruit prospective candidates. This is the second recommendation. And again, there are several action steps and strategies underneath that. And the third recommendation, as far as the recruitment goes, is connected to our Grow Your Own initiative that is already developed and is growing, and we're adapting it to our needs. It's just something that I'm not sure that everybody on the board is aware. In the summer of 2019, as soon as MD came up with slightly relaxed requirements for teacher permits or substitute teacher permits, we were the first district in the state to develop our Grow Our Own program. So you may not be aware of that. Then when we move down, when we talk about hiring and selection process, we have actually made great strides in this area. And there are 2 specific recommendations. If you scroll down a little bit. One has to do with standardizing the hiring process. This has been implemented, but we are, of course, polishing it as we go. And the second recommendation has to do with developing economic partnerships and offer packages that may defray cost of living or make it easier for prospective candidates to relocate to this area. This is one of the initiatives that we are working on and collaborating with various entities in the community. And the third area rather has to do with teacher and staff retention. Number 1 recommendation, of course, has to do with developing high quality mentoring and induction programs that is already well underway under Chief Waddell, and that area is falls under the scope of the teaching and learning department. Then we have improvement in employee climate and culture. Recommendation number 3 has to do with review of the curriculum to ensure that it is culturally relevant, responsible, and comprehensive. And again, that falls under the scope of the Department of Teaching and Learning and is well underway. And then there's some miscellaneous findings and recommendations, such as reviewing the current exit interviews and creating action steps that specifically address those, and then creating a data dashboard. And can you scroll down a little more, please? And then instituting a 30-60-day new hire check-in. Right now, we have a 30-day new hire check-in, but we would like to expand that and have a 30, 60, and 90-day new hire check-in to make sure that our new employees are fully onboarded and feel that are part of our team. questions, comments?
Thank you. I do have a question to start, and then I'll see if there's any others. Um, each of the recommendations that are being made under the various areas, are these your recommendations, or was there a committee that worked collaboratively on providing this, working on this strategy?
We have actually collaborated across several departments, but these recommendations follow best practices to attack the area of recruitment, hiring, and retention.
Which departments did you work collaboratively with? Or you mean with other chiefs?
Oh, with other chiefs, with the Human Resources Department.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Absolutely.
You have the floor.
So I'm trying to think about how to frame this. And I think it's great. I think it's some good work put into it. However, some of my concerns, I think it's a beautiful document, but when we talk about boots on the ground, the thing that I'm struggling with, and it's actually something on our agenda tonight, um, do we have a complete staffing list? If we have a complete staffing list and we're aware of our vacancies, and when I think I was hearing Miss Gavin mention, not necessarily specifically that she wants to know how many bathroom stalls are being fixed in the last department, but I think she is saying that she would like to get some real information besides the fluff. Like she want to see some data. She want to see some things that actually impact board work. And so when I look at this, I think it's great. However, I think it's on the wrong table. From a board perspective, we want to know, or at least I do as a board member, okay, what jobs do we have that are board approved, right? How many are open? And then what is your plan to retain and recruit? And so I get why you did this beautiful document. However, when I look at the organizational chart that has not been updated, when I look at the staffing list with old people in it and positions that don't necessarily exist anymore or that's been reshaped and regrouped, it kind of concerns me from a board perspective. And then I'm just wondering, are chiefs operating in silos or are they going through the superintendent? Because I would just like to know who is breaking down the leadership and the who is disrespecting the board policy. Because at some point it's kind of like enough is enough. So as we continue to do all these fancy great things and we put them in color, um, I just want to see boots on the ground and I want to know how it impacts board work. Because again, it seems like a distraction for me.
Any additional comments from the board?
Yeah. Um, I appreciate this. We went over this in our HR committee. And actually, this was like a framework. It's almost like a strategic plan within a strategic plan for us to follow. So you wouldn't necessarily have percentages and data that way, but it is a plan. It is a start. It is a roadmap that we can finish and that addresses a need. And I remember asking Liz, I said, well, about the HBC schools. And she said, well, it's right there, because I know we have a lot of kids that from Benton Harbor, they go to HBC schools and then come back. And, and we're attempting to get them back to work in Benton Harbor. And so she showed it. So it's by no means complete, but it is a roadmap that we can follow and that will address the concerns that we have in our district as far as culture and climate. And we have something that we can really look at and sink our teeth into and work with. And so I appreciate the work because this is a lot of work. I appreciate the work that you put in, you put in. However, I did find one typo. I'll point it out to you later. But yeah, I I appreciate and the areas that it is covering is pretty comprehensive. You're talking about the candidate, you're talking about the hiring and selection, and who you're going to hire and what you're looking for when you hire, and you're even talking about growing your own, which I am totally in favor of. The more we can grow in-house, I'm for it. So yeah, thank you, Liz.
Madam President.
You have the floor.
Thank you. I want to thank you for this document. Um, I'm always happy to see goals, and then some type of action steps after those goals. My question is about the housing portion, offsetting the cost of living for the teachers. I see a lot of lines dealing with rental, and I do see something that speaks to research local and state programs for housing support. And so I'm wondering, does that include home ownership, right? Um, are we looking for some type of partnerships in which we are helping the folks who live here and work here buy homes, become homeowners? Um, is that part of the
Thank
plan? I
you
don't
so
see it
much for pointing. That is
specifically.
not that is not articulated for a number of reasons. One being that this is a new area for us and that we're just getting into it.
Mhm.
And also we have to understand the limitations and the scope of work of us as a school district. However, I think home ownership is very important for our people who are here and for people who we are recruiting to potentially come here. Any links or any resources that you are able to provide, please do. We do have couple of things that are in the works. Um, Nothing is major. I will tell at this point, but this is an area that we definitely want to develop. At the very least, when people come or when they're considering coming, we can provide them with a packet of resources of where they would find links of what to look at. But we're more than happy to explore that. I think it's an excellent point.
Thank you for that. I think that's super important. We have a lot of stuff about, information about renters, but when I was growing up, teachers, educators, they wanted to be homeowners, and especially the folks who are already here. And then, forgive me if I missed it, is there anything in the strategy about going back and reconnecting with all of those employees who were laid off, pushed out, you know, um, you know, pushed out or laid off or left for
There is
some
not in the
reason?
strategy. Nevertheless, we can certainly revisit that and look at the feasibility of that.
Okay, thank you so much.
And as far just to tag along to what you said about home ownership, not only is it important for our staff and teachers, but it also benefits us because when people own homes in the areas, they are more likely not only to stay with us and to um, what is the word, help with economic development of the area.
One final question, is that if it's okay? I'll
Yes,
make
ma'am.
it brief. Is there anything in I know that when I used to do some HR work, we had an interview packet and there were points awarded for certain things, right? Is there anything specifically in your interview packet that provides certain points for people who know the Benton Harbor Way, people who are from this community,
Yes, ma'am,
and
there
have gone
is.
through
Sorry.
our school district?
Yes, there is, and that is a weighted area where we call it, I want to say off the top of my head, you may fit, fitness for our community and specific criteria are under there, but basically cover everything that you have said.
Thank you.
Madam President,
You have the floor.
Vice President Bowens wanted to reclaim his time and give it to me, if that's okay. Just wonder if this is a good time to ask about those two things that we mentioned earlier, as far as like the civil rights and diversity, equity, and inclusion. Is that in the plan? And I asked that question because as I looked through it and to support what Trustee Gavin was asking, I think one thing that we're lacking is commitment, and I'm not sure if it's something that we're doing to push people out, or if we're not actually kind of making this thing connect. And so I have no problem with the plan. I just wondered how it skeletally is connecting. Um, yeah, because I just feel like, we are constantly saying all of these things, but like Miss Gavin pointed out, there are a lot of people in this community that are competent and qualified. And so when we say that we're trying to grow our own and that we're going to HBCUs, we don't necessarily have to leave this town. I think there are qualified people. Are we looking on LinkedIn? Like, I just wonder, what are we doing to include people that's from this area that might not already be in the school district? Um, because I know a lot of people that I refer, they're often Ben Harbor people, seems like they're being referred to EDGE staff, which as a homeowner, you're not going to leave a current job that you have that's providing you some stability and that's your livelihood for feeding your family. You're not going to jeopardize that to work for an employment agency. So I just wonder, what are we doing to actually, like I said, civil rights, making sure that we have things embedded into our HR structure, that people are getting the support that is needed, and what are we doing for inclusion?
Thank you. So that is including people from the area who are qualified for jobs. It's really, really important. And we can certainly do a better job of communicating and spreading the word of what positions are open. But I will tell you, anybody who is remotely qualified, who is from the area, we always give them priority.
Secretary Triplett.
I have been here. I have sat here. I have experienced it. I have lived it. I can't unlearn what I know. I can't.
Can you speak in the mic?
I cannot unlearn what I know. And the thing that really, really amazes me is that one thing about Ben Harbor give everybody a chance, but ourselves, everybody. We've allowed people to come into our district and, as Treasurer Creighton said, the jobs. I guess people think, I don't know what people think. People are blind or can't see or can't hear, or I just don't understand it. I look at this list. We live here. These are our people. We know these people. We know how these people have been treated. We know what's happening. Okay, and so for me, I look at all of this, and it's well. And everybody have to do what they have to do. But it's not right. Y'all know it's not right. Sitting up at this board table, it's not right. And then people have the audacity to sit up and be pissed when we comment about our people who work for us in our town, and disrespectful and be upset, like for real upset.
Taxpayer.
Really, I mean, like really upset. Like we're sitting here like we can't see. So I see all of this, and I'm gonna close out, 'cause I'm the one that they look at the clock. I'm gonna say this to this Board of Education. Anybody that's Joy Bowers' friend on Facebook, Joy Bowers, just follow her. She recruits for Dallas Independent School District. She's in Mexico right now. Okay, just look at what she's doing. We playing games, but I can't dummy down anymore. I can't dummy myself down anymore. So I wish you all the very, very best in what you're doing and the way in which you're moving. I really do. But I'm from Ben Harbor. I love Ben Harbor. And I've seen them come and seen them go, and we still been here. So I thank you for this plan. It's something to look at. When I saw 2024, I'm like, We'll be closed by then if we continue doing it this way. It won't even be a district in 2024. We need some action right now. We need some amends made. Like Ms. Gavin said, we had
Boots on the ground.
36 people through this bull jive that were citizens of this community, African-American citizens of this community, that were terminated, removed based on a lie that money was going to be saved. And right now, today, they still come up with the same $18 million. You always look so confused, and you are not that confused because you've been here through it all. You in your face. So stop looking like you're confused because you're not.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, Ms. Gail, for the presentation that you provided to us, the recruitment retention strategy. I'm going to ask that the side conversation at the table ceases so we can continue with the meeting. Thank you both so very much. We are going to continue with the peer-to-peer initiative, Ms. Gail.
Thank you. Here is an initiative that I'm very excited to present. As we look at over our strategic plan, of course, we see the mission, the vision, and the values, but it is important to acknowledge some of those unique challenges that our community faces and has faced over the last several decades. Now, you will recall, Mr. Triplett, especially you, I'm sure will recall that throughout the strategic process, one theme kept coming up prominently. One theme, even though it is not listed over there in our strategic goals, it kept coming up prominently and it was articulated by all of our stakeholders. I'm talking about, Mr. Triplett, do you remember? Benton Harbor tradition. Is that true? You remember how that was woven through any and all of the meetings, Benton Harbor tradition and Benton Harbor pride. Now, today, I would like to talk about that Tiger Pride and how it relates to the strategic plan, specifically when we talk about the personnel and leadership goal statement, which references retention. It's up there circled here. So here is a chart that shows the turnover rate of data for the last 4.5 years. Now note the last one that's just up until mid-January. We have made significant improvement in that area. However, our turnover is still quite high. Now, this level of turnover, coupled with the national teacher shortage, puts us squarely in a position that's known as between a rock and a hard place. Another consideration, so this is one consideration, right? Now, another consideration when we talk about retention is our culture and climate. Here we have a 3x3 chart, which is a snapshot of our culture and climate survey that was done last year. It shows the level of employee satisfaction on the vertical axis and the level of engagement on the horizontal axis. Now that red circle, if you see the red circle where it showcases the percentage of employees who are highly satisfied and highly engaged. This is what's known as goal target. It's circled in red here, but it's called the goal target. By contrast, on the lower left, we have the percentage of employees who have given up, who are not satisfied and are not engaged. Now, I just like to draw your attention to this chart because it's really interesting. Now, our percentage up there in the upper right quadrant is actually quite low. By comparison, those companies that have above 75% high satisfaction and engagement rate, they are considered to be top employers. Now, once that rate goes past 80, 85%, those employers are typically nationally recognized as top employers. So we're quite low there. We're not hitting 45%. However, here's some good news. us going from 44, 45%, crossing over to 75% is not insurmountable. That goal is not out of our reach. What I would like to point out is those three circles that are circled in black. If we were able to motivate those employees if we are able to give them a little push towards excellence, if they were to join that top circle, we could easily be within or above the 75% range. That is very, very good news. Now, how do we do that within our district and knowing our context? How do we incite that Benton Harbor pride in our employees and encourage them to reach for excellence? We have internally had several mini surveys, and one thing keeps coming up prominently. It is the need for recognition. Our employees crave recognition for excellence. And it appears that a lot of time and effort is spent dealing with those issues in that bottom left corner. To be fair now, we have implemented several of those traditional rewards that we see here. This is just a generic slide. At a building level where employees are recognized or given shout outs, maybe given employee of the month or something like that. Each building does something different. However, when we look at who we are, where we desire to be, there is a big gap that we have. At the same time, there is a massive Gallup poll from nationally done for the last almost 40 years that shows that just giving people stuff or merely recognizing them once in a while does not necessarily increase employee engagement. As a matter of fact, we can say the employee engagement has gone down somewhat. So after quite a bit of research, actually, we have decided to implement a formal initiative which will highlight our culture of pride and gratitude. We actually, what we want to do, the thinking here is before that, in front of this is that we want to amplify, shine a spotlight on that box where those employees who are highly engaged and highly satisfied live. We want to emphasize them. We want to show extreme appreciation that is frequent and showcases not only big achievements, but also positive behaviors that happen all the time. Now, practically, what does that mean practically? We're looking to implement an app that all of our employees, not only Benton Harbor, but our custodians, all of our EduStaff employees would have access to. Each month, each employee would get $4, 4 Tiger Bucks to use on others. And as people witness or come out of a positive interaction, they can send their colleague, hey, here is a Tiger Buck, great meeting, thank you very much, or great effort, look at this. What that will do, it will showcase, it will show our gratitude, and it is a program that recognizes the giver. It benefits a person who is providing recognition. It also benefits the receiver of that recognition. But what is the most important here is that this program would benefit the observer because it will be visible to anybody else in the district. We are, in other words, looking to bombard the people with noticing positive interactions in and around our district. We would then, what is interesting here, we're looking to implement this for at least 2 years because incidentally, our culture and climate survey that is already in place, we would be able to see data. Is this working? Are we making a move in the right direction because of this initiative? So that is the presentations, the presentation I had. I want to see if you had any questions.
Any questions from the board?
I do have a question.
You have the floor.
Just still wonder, I think it's a great initiative. I definitely think our human resource department and our staff our staff is hurting. A lot of times I think people like to defer to the board as if we're creating this culture. We do meet once a month. And so honestly, I think we're often asked to, I mean, I think it's great that you guys are presenting these things, right? But as you're presenting these things, understand that from a board perspective, from the plane, what we want to see is the policy, oversight, accountability. What is this going to cost the district? What does this look like? What policies does it support? And again, who is the civil rights officer that can also help in this data to help us to know when we're constantly approached as board members, right? To because we're a peer as well, and we try to remove ourselves. But as we are approached, who do we send the people to make sure and to ensure without constantly having to spend more money to do third party investigations? Like what are some things that we can do as a board? And this is probably for Dr. Buzz more than it is Gail's, but it pertains to and it kind of sparked um, a thought in my mind, like what are some things that we can do from a board perspective to ensure that these things are being actually implemented versus just a conversation and a presentation to volunteers who are elected by the people. And so oftentimes we do represent the people and they just so happen to be staff. And like we said, many of the people from Ben Harbor are taxpayers. They do live here. And as the people in central office, I don't know that we have anyone in central office that's from Ben Harbor. And so when you say that, and we have over $1 million going into central office, as much as I love these initiatives, again, as a board member, how can I connect to my constituents and explain to them this is what we're doing to help in the area of HR?
If
You have the floor.
most of right now is our district culture and climate specialist that should be over DEI and the civil rights.
Who is that?
Dr. Burnick,
Oh, we do have a person.
district culture and climate specialist.
Is that the office of HR?
That's not in the office of
Oh,
HR.
gotcha.
But that is something that we can look into. I just got to look at the funding.
It's not a new role. It would be a person assigned. And I think that's kind of my concern. I gave this example in our committee. I think oftentimes from a financial standpoint, right? What is our current enrollment?
1410.
Okay, so as we think about that and we look at districts around us with about 3,000 students, 5,000 from Ben Harbor, right? So as we think about that, I think we're still operating um, on 5,000 students. And so when I go to the nail salon, I actually went yesterday. And so I had one person that took my polish off, that massaged my hands, that cut my cuticles. The person did everything from start to finish. And I think in our district, we like to hire a person to take the nail polish off, a person to file the nails, a person to buff the nails, a person to polish the nails, and a person to dry the nails when all we need to do is find one qualified person who can do everything. And so I think as we continue to further support the topic that we have under new business that was currently or recently added, I think it is definitely time for us to really, I think a lot of times we keep thinking that it's so many other things that we need to do. But if you have a person with the capacity, they can do the nails from start to finish.
Thank you. And just a quick update. We've gone up from 1414 to 1519. Our student enrollment has increased. Sorry for that mistake.
Thank you. That's good news.
Any other comments regarding the peer-to-peer initiative presentation? Trustee Gavin.
I agree with Trustee Creighton 100%. But for me, it sounds like, a racial equity officer, somebody whose role specifically is to make sure that there is equity in our hiring practices, in the way that we are going about our daily practices. I am super excited to see that the turnover rate has decreased. That's a good sign, right? Yes, I'm super excited about that, and I can't help but wonder if um, bringing in a chief academic officer who's actually committed to improving our district and actually committed to our youth has made a difference, and the data seems like it shows that. I think it's very important for us to make sure that the folks who are here are the ones who want us to be here, who want this district to be thriving. And those folks who are not concerned about the growth of our district, we have to clean house and remove them, period. It's
Amen.
not smart to do business with folks who are working themselves out of a job. So I am grateful that there is an initiative. I'm very interested in the raw data of the culture and climate results. You know, what was the raw data? What did the staff and student, I don't know if it's staff and students, what did the staff say? You know, were there concerns? And then what were the specific responses to that? I think that there was a time, I think somebody came in and they did a presentation and they said that one of the main concerns was resources not matching um, the staff needs, right? And so I'm very much interested in knowing what is the budget for each course, each school, and how are we making sure that those kids and that staff is getting the resources that they need to do their job. That's what makes staff happy, being able to do their job. Thank you.
If there's no other comments from the board, you can proceed with the staff report H1, separation of employment. Thank you so much for the presentation.
We have separation of employment. Latoria Mitchell, teacher in training at DEC, and Robert Kearney, teacher on science at Benton Harbor High School. I'm sorry, I jumped in the middle. Reason for board consideration: a list of employees whose employment relationship with the district is or will be separated is submitted to the board each month. Facts and analysis: it is recommended that the Board of Education votes to accept the separation of employment of the following staff: Latoria Mitchell and Robert Kearney. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to accept the separation of employment of the aforementioned staff.
Is there a motion to approve staff report H1?
So moved.
Is there a second or support?
I support.
The motion has been made by Treasurer Creighton and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Questions, comments, and concerns regarding staff report H1?
I would like to see the exit interview for both of these people. I would like to know why they left. This is a science teacher, very critical piece. I came to Ben Harbor High School this week, and I just observed and had a conversation with, not here, but had a conversation with someone about this same particular science teacher who tried to come back. And I don't know why it didn't work out. And when I walked up here and saw one science teacher and saw substitute teachers in there and our kids on Michigan Virtual in science, my heart broke. It dropped. It dropped. And so for me, I mean, when people have something, I've said this before, when people have something to say negative about the board, we don't even have to request an exit interview document. I got two that I got saved in bronze, in frame. But nobody, them the only two that did an exit interview. I want to, and this says Latoria, is this Latanya?
That's what I was wondering.
No, that's the name. That was Tiger's teacher.
Latoria, this a new teacher?
Hmm She,
so that's not
she came from
Latanya
a
Mitchell.
different district.
Okay, it's not Latanya Mitchell, okay. So I would like to get an exit interview, if at all possible, why these people are leaving. Many people that we left, somebody, they're not just leaving for no reason. So somebody got to have some exit interviews. It's got to be something in that HR department. Thank you.
Secretary Triplett, please call the vote regarding staff report H1.
Yes.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, no. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, thank you. Next, we have staff report H2 regarding new hires.
Submitting for board consideration to approve the employment of staff in accordance with the revised school code and other general laws of Michigan. Facts and analysis. It is recommended that the board approve the superintendent's recommendation for the hire of the following personnel. Policy reference 3120 and 4120. Strategic plan goal reference personnel leadership. Benton Harbor area schools will recruit, hire, develop, and retain the best staff to improve student outcomes. Martell Burton, restorative justice specialist at the middle school. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the employment of the aforementioned staff.
Is there a motion to approve staff report H2?
So moved.
Is there a second or support?
Support.
The motion has been made by Treasurer Creighton and supported by Trustee Gavin. Questions, comments, or concerns regarding staff report H2?
I have a question.
You have the floor.
Is this a edu staff position or a district position?
This is a district position.
And so my question is, how are they, like, so that's so confusing. I'm just wondering, how is that determined?
So it is, can you clarify the question? How is it determined whether a position is district position or edu staff? Is that the question?
Correct.
Okay.
So is this a new position or
It is
this?
not the new position. It is a replacement for a person who left the district.
Gotcha. So I thought the restorative justice specialist, those positions were edu staff positions.
Restorative justice advocates are edu staff positions. Restorative justice specialists are district positions.
When do we establish the restorative justice specialist position?
That's been established a long time ago. So
when did we establish this position?
This position has been on the books since I've been here.
Gotcha.
I'm not aware that this has never been created since I've been here.
Okay, so are the qualifications different from these specialists to the advocates? Are the roles and responsibilities different?
Yes.
Any additional questions regarding staff report H2?
Is this the Mr. Burton that was at East?
I'm sorry.
Is this the Mr. Burton that was at Fairplain East?
Yes,
What was
yes.
his role at Fairplain East?
He was a family liaison at Fairplain East, which was an edu staff position. That is correct.
So somebody took that position?
I don't think that we have a replacement to this time yet.
Trustee Gavin?
Two questions. Well, one question, one comment. One, Martell Burton has just done a phenomenal job, and it was just very, very well loved by the students. And I'm really happy to see, I hate to see that he's not at East, but I'm really happy to see him in this, be considered for this position. And then my question is, since that community with family liaison position, is that been posted?
It has not
it's
been
open?
posted. I don't believe, I think they wanted to internally, the principal preferred to just finish out the school year and divide the duties among the staff for a little bit of extra pay.
So I'm sorry, you're saying the principal doesn't want a family liaison there?
So just to clarify, their considerations when hiring in the second part of the school year, especially for positions that are not paid year-round, because the pay is prorated. So we have had trouble recruiting for those positions. In order to satisfy the job duties, I believe the principal has has allocated the duties among several staff members, which is his prerogative.
So just for clarity, you're saying that the principal does not want a family liaison hired for that building?
No.
And that those responsibilities will be divided up amongst the staff?
Just between now and the end of the school year.
Mm.
Just because between now and the end of the school year, at which time each principal will look at their title budget and decide on the staffing, title funded staffing for the following school year. And we are not looking to hire a really qualified person and then something happens with those title dollars. We're trying to make prudent decisions. To clarify, I did not say that the principal does not want that position. I believe that he very much wants that position. We're just trying to be prudent between now and the end of the school year.
I apologize, Madam President. So you said that's not the case. He does want a family liaison?
No, you
Yes.
said it correct, Ms. Gaddis. You said what she said. It was a good paraphrase.
Just wanting clarity, because at first it sounded like you said, with all due respect, it sounded like you said he did not want a family liaison, and then it sounded like you said he very much wants a family liaison. So I'm just trying to get clarity as to, does the principal want a family liaison in that building?
He is trying to make the best decision in order to fulfill the duties between now and the end of the school year. By the time we hire a new one, there are several considerations there, and several things may fall through the cracks. The second consideration is we're not sure of the funding for this position for the next school year. Until we're sure of that, the principal preferred to divide the duties among the current staff. I hope that's a little more clear.
Madam President?
Treasurer Creighton and then Secretary Triplett.
Oh, yeah, I just wonder, so when decisions like that are made, so let's say that Mr. Burton, and I don't know him, and so none of my questions are, again, directed towards people, but policy. And so say Mr. Burton would not have applied and received a promotion or a new job, was that position being collapsed in the budget? I'm not sure. Again, that would probably be a question for the finance team. So, again, it just seems like we're skipping over board policy. All positions, according to board policy 3120 and 4120, 20, 30, and 40, all says that to create or eliminate positions goes before the board. And so again, as I'm looking at the staffing sheet, which my access is now being denied, but good thing I do have it saved on my computer to the staffing sheet. A lot of these positions are changing, interchangeable. I don't know if they're, they have moved color polish on them because we talking about nail polish. It seems like when the wind blows and the weather changes, the positions and the needs change. And so again, in the humblest way possible, I am offended once again.
Secretary Triplett.
Airplane East is probably one of the most exciting schools in our district. Has probably the most family engagement ever. And it's just so disappointing to say the least, that if this is a title funded job where you even have people that's in that school who are working in different areas and places and what have you, that could take, the family is the most important piece. And so, to say the principal don't want it, then the principal do want it, really want it, we might not be able to fund it. With their title fund, they write their budget. They put what they want in their budget. You all do not. You have a district title budget, but you do not do the individual school budget. Those budgets are done by the principal with their fund. I just don't understand what is constantly, repeatedly being presented to us as if we don't have that knowledge. I am excited for Mr. Burton. Mr. Burton was doing an amazing job. Mr. Clark started that program, started that particular work off and did an absolutely amazing, every program, everything they had, it was standing room only. So it's not like they're gonna lose this money unless we lose our title money. And we haven't heard anything that's coming down the line. So I'm good with it. And I do want to go on, you know, it's time for us to get ready to get out of here. But I'm happy for Mr. Burton, former student here at Ben Harbor High School, to see his interaction. I did visit Fairplain last week, and the interaction he had, even just in the cafeteria with the boys, was amazing. So thank you.
Great. Secretary Triplett, please call the vote for staff report H2.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Absolutely, yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carried.
Next, we have staff report H3, and this was for staff information.
This is for board information, only the list of transfers, new assignments, and returns from medical leave. We have Bud Dash as a IT department manager at Central.
I have a question.
You have the floor.
Again, nothing against the person. This position is not on the books. So where's the policy reference when, or the meeting when this position was created?
Ms. Gill or Dr. Butts?
But this position was not created. This is not a new position. This is a position vacated by the former director, Paul Corson. We have downgraded it to be fiscally responsible to a lower level position of IT department manager.
Is that a policy? Can you give me the policy reference that you can downgrade or change a position without board vote? Dr. Butts?
I was deferring to Ms. Gill on that one.
I can look for it. Or the board approves additional and new positions. This is not a new position.
It's not a current position. If so, I would like to see the job description of the current position. Actually, again, you just said that Mr. Corson's position was a director position. So this says IT department manager. So it is a new position because we don't currently have an IT department manager position. Or do we?
Secretary Triplett?
And so another question is, and this is not about the individual, but then indirectly it is, because Bud has been here with us forever through the toughest of times. And so who made the decision that they felt, did the responsibilities change? What made somebody just say, we're gonna downgrade it and we're gonna pay it less because Bud is doing it? Is that the case? Or I mean, what is that? What happened that if Mr. Corson had this position, what happened that this same position had to be downgraded, lower pay? I just don't understand. And then who gives this authority? I think this is what the policy committee is going to be critical, Chairman Gavin, because this is, to me, this does not look like, this don't sound right. It don't feel right. If he's going to be the IT director, he should make the same money that Mr. Corson made, because his responsibilities will be no different. And you can't, these are the things that I've been saying for the longest. You do not have the right, nobody has the right to take these job descriptions, write them according to people that they want in these positions, and just pay whoever the individual is. If that's not the case, it looks like that.
Madam President,
Treasurer Craig?
for a motion, do I have to make a motion to actually change the agenda to add it as an item? If I would like to make a motion from the floor?
You can make a motion to amend the agenda.
Okay. At this time, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda.
What's the amendment?
Oh, the amendment is for us to put to add on the agenda a motion to do a hiring freeze until an HR audit is completed for the district level. District
Second.
level HR audit is completed in the hiring freeze, and that will be for creating new positions, transfers, and also eliminating positions. It seems like we've received a lot of inconsistencies tonight and throughout this process. And I'm starting to be concerned with what is going on from a financial standpoint.
I'd like to make an amendment to that. Is it possible? Am I too early on that?
So right now, what the motion is a motion to amend the agenda to allow for a vote on a temporary freeze on hiring until a district level audit is conducted. Is there a second or support to that motion?
I'd like to amend the motion.
Go ahead, trustee Gavin.
Instead of a hiring freeze, I would like to make a motion that we audit the HR department. We may have, need teachers and, emergency staff, but I do agree that we need to audit HR and find out what's going on.
So you're making a motion to amend the agenda and she's making a suggestion that you amend the motion that you want us to actually vote on just for the audit.
Yeah, and I'm definitely open to that. If we're not going to do a freeze, I would like for us to put a timeline on when this can be completed, because what I'm concerned, I guess some of my concerns, and we can talk about this during the discussion part once a motion is actually made to amend the agenda. I think so. My motion that I would like to make at this time is to amend the agenda to talk about the HR department. And then we can decide what that motion will be that we do after we discuss this amendment. Is that okay?
Yes.
Is there a second or support?
Support.
The motion has been made by Treasurer Creighton and supported by Trustee Gavin. Questions, comments, and concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett.
Madam President, can you state the agenda again? State the,
She just wants to amend the agenda to have a general discussion about the HR department. Secretary Triplett, can you please call a vote?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right. So Treasurer Creighton, I'll give you the floor.
Thank you. So again, I am looking at the 2022, 2023 directory. I happen to have saved somehow today between this afternoon and currently my access is denied, but I did download it. So that's great. I think the inconsistencies are verbal and maybe people are misspeaking. It's been a long meeting. But I think what's most important is from a policy standpoint that we actually look at the framework and we look at what are the positions that we have open, and then we figure out from the positions that are approved by the board, if they're approved, they should be in the budget. And so again, as a treasurer, my third year, I would like to see again I'm able to, as one of our norms, to look at ideas and not people. And so I'm not looking at the people that are in these positions. Some of them I know, I hear great things about. And so that's not my concern. Please don't take it personal. But my concern is that from a financial standpoint, I'm not sure that we are being fiscally responsible if we're continuously creating positions, transferring positions, renaming positions, and halfway through eliminating positions, there are some concerns and red flags there. Who is determining these contracts? Who's determining, the scale? The positions and titles are changing. So is the pay fluctuating and changing? It's just a lot of inconsistencies. And again, we do have enough receipts to say that something is going on, and I'm not sure what or who or why. And so, as we do talk about potentially auditing this department, I think it'll be most helpful as we also look at, and again, I apologize for not sending out this document that I received this afternoon. I did get a chance to talk to the committee about it, but we didn't actually physically have a copy. And so as we look at these things and we look at staffing and we're looking at procedures and the time clock and signing in and out and um, sick time, there are a lot of things that from the business office perspective kind of falls under HR as well. And obviously, as we know, this thing is a puzzle, and so it's all interchangeable. And so, with all of that being said, I cannot, as your treasurer with Fidelity, continuously move forward. I'm not on the HR committee, and I'm okay with that. But from a financial standpoint, every check that's being written, every direct deposit is coming through the finance department, or at least should. And so we need to right size our district and make sure that we are being responsible, and that when we're making these decisions and things are skipping the board table, that the policy, there is a policy reference that is correct. And when you come to our table, you need to come correct with your facts, right? And with things spelled out. So I'm not going to go to my parents and ask them to go to a party. And then they say, well, where is the party? Okay, well, who's hosting the party? Are there going to be chaperones? What's the dress code? Will there be liquor served? It's certain questions that you need answered before you minimally even step to the table. And so um, due to everything I mentioned, I would like to potentially draft with this committee and the board a motion to move forward with an audit of our HR department and some parameters on hiring and also transfers.
I have a question for you. When you say an audit, are you meaning an audit by the board or an audit by an external factor or an internal audit?
To be honest, I think a full list of our organizational structure, we could have a meeting and talk about this in the retreat, which is why I wanted to add it to the agenda. But as these things are continuously unfolding, I feel like God is saying, okay, you guys need to do something fast. It's beyond just putting it off for another discussion, but you need some action to support it. So yes, I do think from a board perspective, just having, which I do have, I don't know how accurate it is, because the position even that we just discussed, neither of those two positions are even on this organizational chart, staff directory slash staffing list. So I'm not sure. I definitely think minimally we can look at the current positions that we have, starting off and seeing, what changes have been made. But ultimately, I would like to right size our district according to our staffing needs and our budget. Um, because it's disheartening to say that a principal who is working on having a building with great culture and climate, and Dr. or Mrs. Baptiste Waddell saying and presenting in the last 2 months data on culture and climate, and then Mr. Corson talking about PBIS, and knowing that parents are is the center of everything, that connection. As a matter of fact, I'm going to share a little quick story. Today, I went to my son's school and he found out I was taking pizza to my daughter. And so he kind of put it out there this morning during breakfast that, he wanted pizza too. And I didn't know how I would get all of this done, but I made it happen and I pulled up and I didn't want to. But as I walked into the school and into the class with this pizza, the teacher was like floored and everyone rushed the door. And one of the students came up to me and said, we got a lot of cool parents, but you're the coolest. And I thought it was so cute. And then my son kind of walked through and he said to one of his friends, I told you, bro. And I'm like, okay, whatever that's supposed to mean. But ultimately, the class was going crazy just over 4 boxes of pizza that might have cost me $25. And so when you told me that parent engagement piece is not important and that, oh, it's just for the rest of the year, well, this is February. And just 4 pizzas changed the whole culture of that classroom. And so like for me, as a former family liaison, um, it was definitely a stab or a blow to the head to say that we can do without this role for the next 4 months. Like, how do we make that determination um, just by someone else getting another job? It's just, I could go on and on and on. But so, in short, I think something needs to be done. And we are the Board of Education. We create the policies, we create the procedures. And so with 4 votes, we can definitely make a decision tonight on what it is that we need to do from an HR perspective. I think we've received enough receipts just in this meeting alone to show that something needs to be done fast.
So what I think I hear you saying is that you want the board to do the review and not an external entity.
No, I think preliminary, we can do the review, but I think the audit needs to be done by someone who can actually look at the numbers. And just throwing it out there, that is something that potentially affects this engagement letter with Hunger for Nichols. When I send it to you guys, you'll see that that might be something that they can actually do. Because when you audit something, you know what I'm saying? It's not, it doesn't, yeah. So I definitely think starting off in the retreat, looking at this, but looking at, do we have the funding to, or is this something that Hungerford can just do within their current engagement letter? Look at, do an audit of all of the positions that we have and the job duties. And like I said, from a business office perspective, they have started this work, but we would need to identify outcomes. So I know that was a lot, but
It was. And it was 10 minutes.
I have a question, President.
Okay, so are you wanting to amend the agenda to take a vote for a district level audit, or are you wanting to have that conversation at the board retreat?
I would like a vote. And Ms. Gavin might be able to
I
help
do
us
have a
frame
question.
that,
I have a question.
that motion.
You have the floor.
Just have a question. When you say a district level audit, what does that entail?
Human resource office, the human resource or positions.
Right, what I'm saying is, does that involve like a hearing in which we're able to get information as to what's happening in this office, through this office, or is it just looking at the titles and matching it up with the finances? Like, what is it, when you say a district level audit, what does that entail on the district level?
So currently, the need that I see is that we have a lot of positions that are current, that are always changing. And so if we go back to the policy, positions that are created or eliminated are supposed to go before the board. And so although we don't need to, and we can circumvent that system by doing a transfer, but when you transfer someone into another position, it needs to be a current position that's already been approved by the board. And so at least, like, I would like to start there. I would like to get a current list, which I thought we had because this issue came up last year. So get a current list of the positions and then that were board approved and put into the budget, and then kind of go from there. And so we could at the retreat unpack or actually frame this, but right now I'm looking to make a motion to actually look at this right now. And because there are violations to this policy, as like I said, even if we look at this IT department manager position, our chief of human resources stated that this position was being changed. And so even that alone is a violation of our policy. And so if we're here to implement and enforce policy, um, I would like to be able to, do that. And so I would like to make a motion that we do that we look at our current positions that were approved by the board, and then ensure that there are salaries attached to them, job descriptions. When I say an audit, I'm talking base level job descriptions, pay scales, board approved. Even those 3 things right there is a good start.
Okay, so Treasurer Creighton is wanting to make a motion that we conduct a district level audit. The original motion was to allow for a conversation on the topic. So I need a motion to amend the agenda to allow for that vote. So is there a motion on the floor to amend the agenda to allow for the vote on a district level audit of the HR department?
I make a motion to do a district level audit on the HR department.
We have to amend the agenda first to vote on it.
The amend the agenda.
Okay. Is there a second or support? Motion has been made by Treasurer Creighton and supported by Secretary Triplett. Questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett, please call the vote for amendment of the agenda to allow for the vote.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, so now you may make your motion for the district level.
I would like to make a motion that we conduct a district level audit immediately on our HR department, EI positions, staffing, to right size our district.
Is there a second or support? The motion has been made by Treasurer Creighton and supported by Secretary Triplett. Questions, comments, concerns?
Okay, so we would handle this in our retreat, right? We would do this district audit in our retreat.
So right now, we're voting on doing the district audit,
Okay.
and then we will flush out the details.
In HR.
Well, what I would be proposing is that the chair of finance, the chair of curriculum, and the chair of HR get together and flush it out before bringing it to the retreat.
Which chairs?
The chair of finance, which is Treasurer Creighton, the chair of curriculum, which is Secretary Triplett, and the chair of HR, which is Trustee Bowens. So we can have something together before we actually come to the retreat.
I would say.
Instead of which
we're
department?
Considering the policy.
Instead of curriculum.
It's perfectly fine with me. So policy, finance, and HR.
Yeah.
Any other questions regarding the motion on the floor? Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, so we thank you, Chief Gail, for all of the updates and presentations that you provided today. We appreciated everything and all of the effort that you put into your presentation this evening. Next, we have old business.
Are we gonna still vote on Bud?
It was a transfer.
It was an FYI.
Okay, they just let us know the Bud has been moved with a lower pay.
I've gotten confused in all the conversation. Did we take a vote with Mr. Burton? We took a vote on him, the hire?
Yes.
Yes. that's
Okay.
yes.
So I want to ask a question, and I know we got to close out, but
Just as an FYI, I might have to leave before we're done because my kids will be at home by themselves if I don't. Okay.
so this right here, I just want some clarification. This right here is an FYI that Bud is being moved to this position that was held by Mr. Corson. Now it has been downgraded. It has been, does that mean his pay has been lessened and all of these different things? I don't know what that looks like, what that is. If that's an FYI, I don't know, because I just want to know if what Mr. Corson was doing, is Bud gonna be doing something different? Because this technology is huge.
It's a violation of the policy. It's not a position. We don't know. We don't have a job description.
If he's going to be put in that position, it should be the same.
Mr. Triplett, we deal with policy, so it's a violation of the policy. So we don't have any other information at this time.
Next, we're going to proceed to old business, which is the superintendent search public forum. I'm wondering if you all are available either February 28th, which is a Tuesday, or March 7th, which is a Tuesday.
I need March. I can't take nothing else to February.
Okay.
no.
Does March 7th work for everyone?
March 7th works for me, Madam President.
Okay, Trustee Rocket Martin, do you know of any difficulties that you have March 7th?
Just a minute, let me check.
What is
And
this again, President
The
Robinson?
public forum date for the superintendent.
Search.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
And I'm thinking maybe to save time, if we might be able to have a quick vote on the field trip
Gotcha.
too at that same meeting.
So I have a question. Do we have the retreat scheduled so that we
The
can kind of
retreat
be
has not
mindful?
been scheduled, and I don't know if you guys want to try to combine them. The retreat date has yet to be scheduled either, so I don't know if we want to do that a little bit later in March. But I know we need to do this one, and then we can kind of discuss the retreat date as well.
So do we have any other meetings scheduled for February?
Not at this time. The
No.
only other thing that we had potentially was to have to come back for the field trip, to hear from to take a vote on the field trip. But I believe that we can probably put the field trip vote on one of these meetings that we do.
So is the board open to the 28th of February? Because we were looking at March 11th for the potential date for the retreat.
We have a curriculum subcommittee on the 28th.
Yeah, we do have a curriculum.
And I believe I'm speaking that day too for a summit. Scheduled to speak to.
Are you open to doing March 18th for yours?
For the retreat.
Yeah.
That's spring break. It's right before spring break.
So to be transparent, I do think if we can in 2 weeks go ahead and get the field trip approved so that from a parent perspective, it's not, we're not waiting or they're not waiting to see if it's going to be approved. And so I mean, I don't know if that's just a thought. Like if we could do like a quick meeting, are we gonna put a cap on the retreat? I mean, on the forum, or is it just open?
Yeah, we're not gonna go an extensive amount of time at all.
Okay.
So
Even if we can just do that first week, that last week of February, first week of March, I think from a calendar standpoint, it might
So-
be more considerate.
So the 7th would be the first week of March.
No, is the March
she's
stuff-
saying the 1st through the 4th.
Do you have something? Do you not available that week?
28th is something that's sticking out of my head. I don't have.
Okay.
it right here, but
Seems
I
like
can.
that's that day.
What's
that
that
we have
weekend
the
before?
School summit. I don't have internet in here.
Forum. Mhm. So right now, what we've done is we've kind of merged new business and old business. We're trying to get the forum scheduled, but then there's interest in doing a March retreat. The March retreat that we have will also be not only the retreat for the purpose that Treasurer Creighton is going to discuss, because Trustee Bowens sent an email. Treasurer Creighton supported the idea, but I've also asked that we Motion carried. This meeting is adjourned officially at 10:17 p.m.
Madam President. Lid. Nothing. Let me go.